All right, a quorum being present, the annual town meeting will come to order. First, please let me join me in thanking the middle school jazz band, who's already left, and Director Harry Wagg for that wonderful performance. So we'll omit reading the return of the warrant, which shows that it was properly served. I ask all who can, please rise to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I submit the following memorial resolution. Whereas the citizens of Manchester by the Sea note with profound regret the deaths of several of their friends and neighbors during the past year and seek to recognize and acknowledge their varied contributions to the town's commonwealth and welfare and our mutual sense of community, we citizens hereby salute the departed, acknowledge our common indebtedness to them, extend the sympathy of the town to their intimates and survivors, and declare that this resolution be entered in the town archives and a true copy be sent to the appropriate survivors. The persons memorialized and their achievements are proclaimed as follows. Uldis Delvix, School Department. Timothy J. Kirby, Select Board and DPW. Carol A. Powers, Friends of Council Aging and Housing Authority. Priscilla M. Singleton, Manchester Charter Commission. Joan T. Snow, Friends of Council on the Aging. Robert Steach, Animal Control Officer, and Kenneth Warnock, School Committee. Ann Harrison, Chair of the Select Board, moves the resolution as read. John Round, Vice Chair, seconds. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The memorial resolution is unanimously adopted. I ask that all who can rise and observe a moment of silence in memory of these former town citizens. Okay, now we'll conduct the elections to the town's ancient and honored offices, honorary offices. First, I'm going to ask for nominations for Pound Keeper, and I'm kind of hard of hearing, so this is going to be pretty much the only time that I'm going to ask you to actually shout. So for your nomination for Pound Keeper, please just yell out a name for me. Tom Kehoe. All right. Nominations are closed. All in favor of Tom Kehoe for Pound Keeper, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Unanimously elected. Now we'll take nominations for 2 fence viewers. Same thing, yell them out. One at a time. Woody Kelly. Henry Oppinger. All right, all those in favor of those individuals for fence viewer, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Fence viewers are unanimously elected, whether they like it or not. Nominations for 2 field drivers. Bob Ryan. Bennett Davey. Ryan, and what was that last name? Davey. Davey? Yeah. All right. All those in favor of those residents for field driver, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Field drivers are unanimously elected. And now nomination for 1 measure of lumber. Brian Parker, was it? Yeah. All right, nominations for measure of lumber are closed. All in favor of Brian Parker for measure of lumber, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? And the measure of lumber is elected. The last nominations are in order for the one measure of wood and bark. One more time? Fred Rossi. All right, I declare the nominations are closed. All in favor of Fred Rossi for measure of wood and bark, please say aye. Aye. And opposed? All right, the measure of wood and bark is unanimously elected. That concludes our elections for traditional officers. I want to take a moment to bring folks' attention to something new for most people in this meeting. Tonight, you have, as part of your membership on the floor, Alan Wilson. For the past 30 years, with very limited exceptions, Alan has been the moderator and so has not participated in the debate of the motions. We know he has opinions, he's just not been able to state them. So I'd like you all to please welcome Alan to the floor. We're looking forward to hearing his opinions tonight. I will also add that this is probably the first time that nearly everyone here has seen Alan at one of these meetings wearing anything but a suit. I'll briefly state our customary procedural points. There are several stationary microphones around the room, 3 in the center, 3 in the back, and we have one on the podium here. If you want to speak, please go to the mic nearest your seat. Wait to be recognized, and then give the meeting your name and address if we don't already have them. I'm Eli Bowling. I ask that you stand to speak when you can, and this applies to town officials at the front as well as those on the floor of the meeting. The tellers also have portable mics for anyone who might have difficulty reaching the stationary ones. If that's the case, please raise your hand and we'll make sure a microphone comes to you. We're using closed captioning for this meeting. It will be displayed on the 2 large screens in front of the stage. Speakers must remember to direct their remarks to me as moderator, not to other town officials or voters. They must also limit their remarks to 2 minutes or less unless they've received my permission in advance to speak longer. My intention is to call on every voter who desires to speak on an issue before the meeting, but if the motion for the previous question, the motion to cut off debate, is properly introduced and seconded under the rules that we follow, it's not debatable. I'll call directly for a vote without further discussion. I will accept the motion for the previous question only when a voter rises and is recognized solely for that purpose. I won't accept this motion from one who makes a statement on the merits of an issue and then immediately moves to close the door on contrary views. And town meeting time supports this conclusion. You should have picked up a orange card, not a blue card. Looks like this. As you checked in. This identifies you as a voter. If the electronic voting system should fail and we have a hand-counted vote, please hold up your card to make sure that you're counted. Under our bylaws, when we vote on amendments involving money, we vote on a larger amount first, and an affirmative vote on the larger amount is a negative vote on any smaller amount. If the larger amount fails, we then take up the smaller. When we have 2 proposals for the same amount and one is conditional, our practice is to consider the unconditional proposal first. Most matters require a majority vote. The motion for the previous question requires a 2/3 vote, and by statute, some borrowing of money and most amendments to the zoning bylaw require a 2/3 vote. Certain other questions require 2/3 or in some cases a greater proportion, and I will explain those if they arise, and they will. Non-voters are permitted to attend the meeting with the consent of the moderator. We have with us tonight Tony Barletta, Town Administrator, the heads of all town departments, or most of the town departments, Andrea Mainville, Town Accountant, Christine Dixon, Town Clerk, James McNeely, Fire Chief, Todd Fitzgerald, Police Chief, Chuck Jam, Director of Public Works, Nate DeRosiers, DPW Engineer and Facility Manager, Andy Vanikiotis, Deputy Harbor Master, and Andy, if I just butchered your name, I'm really sorry. Mark Resnick, Town Planner, Cheryl Marshall, Parks and Rec, Jennifer Yaskill, I believe, yep, Town Treasurer and Collector, Cynthia Gemmel, Library Director, Wendy Hansberry, Health Agent, Debbie Powers, Executive Assistant of the Select Board and to the Town Administrator, and Mary Miner, Council on Aging Director. Pamela Bowden, Superintendent of the Manchester Essex Regional School District, Michelle Cresta, Director of Finance and Operations for the Regional School District, Michelle Randazzo, Town Council, and I think we have Mark Golowski too. All these people have my permission to be here and to speak if needed. Tonight we also have a number of members of the Manchester Scouts Troop 3 in attendance. They are here to observe how our local government works, and we welcome them. Once we've established a quorum, as we now have, I'll assume a quorum continues to be present until it's challenged and found lacking by an actual count. The procedures we follow reflect the provisions of Massachusetts Acts and General Laws, Article 2 of the town's bylaws, and a book called Town Meeting Time and the Traditions of the Town. It is unlawful to smoke on school grounds. I ask that you turn off or mute cell phones and other electronic devices. This meeting is being videotaped by 1623 Studios, and it is also being recorded. I want to thank the following individuals who assisted Town Clerk Christine Dixon in preparing for the meeting and serving as volunteers tonight. Pamela Thorne, Kurt Meldon, Elaine Parsons, Lee Simmons, Carolyn Kelly, Allison Ann Holt-White, Judy Lespisa, Martha Farmer, Elaine Taylor, Elaine Flatley, Bruce Journey, Chris Thomas, Tom Kehoe, Martha Farmer, Bob Ryan, Kathy Ryan, and Gretchen Wood, assisting me by timing speakers. So if you run over 2 minutes, she's going to raise your hand, and I'm going to cut you off. And Tiffany Marletta, running the electronic voting system. Thank you all for serving the town. And I will now recognize Ann Harrison, Chair of the Select Board.
Thank you all. Thank you all for being here. As is often pointed out, a New England open town meeting is the most pure form of democracy I have ever heard of, and I think probably anyone else. It's very important that you all be here, that you listen as you will, and I thank you. And I had something else I was going to say, I forgot it.
Well, thank you, Ann. All right, so the best way to follow the progress of the meeting is with the annual report of the Finance Committee. The pamphlet contains all of the warrant articles and the recommendations of the Select Board and the Finance Committee. They were mailed to every household, and there were extras at the check-in stations. There were also several handouts you should have received as you checked in. The first contains Regional School Committee's 3 motions under Article 8. It's important to have that one because we'll be using it to vote. There are also 2 handouts for the Planning Board, 2 related to the citizen petition articles at the end of the warrant, one of which we will also be using for the vote, 1 on the various capital articles, and 1 on the Senior Center. If you do not have 1 or more of these handouts, you can pick them up at the tables that you passed as you entered the gym. If you need assistance, please raise a hand and the teller will assist you. But if you can and you don't have those, scoot out and grab one. We'll be voting electronically at this meeting. You should have received a keypad like this when you checked in. We're going to use the keypads for all votes. When you leave, please exit through the lobby where you checked in so that we can be sure to collect all the handsets. I'll announce when the voting period for each motion opens and ends. While we're voting, a box in the corner of the screen behind me will show a 15-second timer, a voting period counting down. Press 1 to vote yes, 2 to vote no, or 3 to abstain on the motion under consideration. If you change your mind, just press another button. The computer automatically records only your last choice. When the voting period ends, the screen will show the number of yes and no votes and abstentions and will display the totals graphically. You'll also be able to see the voting display on the portable screens around the room. And I would like to add, sometimes people will feel like they don't want to vote at all, they won't bother abstaining. I'm going to suggest that they do abstain because that gives us confidence that all the clickers are being received correctly and we don't have any doubt that there are no problems with the system. The handsets are in sleep mode until a button is pressed, so the screen will be blank until you vote. After you vote, the LED in the upper right-hand corner will turn green, indicating that your vote was received, and the screen will display 1/A for yes, 2/B for no, or 3/C for abstain. The device then goes back to sleep. The town clerk and her team checked the handsets thoroughly and tested them all, so it's very unlikely that any will fail to work. But if you don't see the appropriate display after voting, or if you experience any other problem, you can go back to the check-in station to get another of these clickers. We'll conduct 2 test votes now to make sure everyone is comfortable with the system. So, question number 1 is, will the Celtics win the championship this year? Meeting ready to vote? All right, voting period is open. All right, so we have 175 yes, 72 no, and 26 abstentions. So, if you're in favor, like the Celtics, good luck. Second question. Have you bought your Singing Beach tags yet? Press 1 for yes, 2 for no, or 3 for you're over 65 and don't need beach tags. Voting period is open. Huh. All right. So 97 yes, 78 no, and a lot of people say they don't need the stickers. Okay. That's good. Are there any questions about how to vote electronically? The voting system will produce an anonymous log of how each handset was used on each vote. Any voter who wishes to will be able to go to the town clerk's office and determine how his or her votes were recorded. The town will not create a record linking voters' names with individual handsets, so all votes are secret. That means that if you want to check your voting record with the town clerk, you'll need to save the device's identifier. It's the 6-character alphanumeric code on the back of the handset following the words device ID next to the QR code. If you have a smartphone, just take a photo of the back of the clicker. All right. So we have Bruce Tarr here tonight. I think I'll recognize you now if you have something you want to say.
Well, thank you, Mr. Moderator, and through you to the members of tonight's town meeting. The main thing I want to do tonight is congratulate you as you begin this venture as Manchester's town moderator. And, you know, Mr. Moderator, I know that this town has a very proud history of having very civil, productive, and respectful town meetings. And that is largely due to the incredible work of Alan Wilson over these past 30 years. And I am very confident that you will follow in that tradition. And I appreciate your taking on this awesome responsibility for the town. And I want to wish you well in that venture.
Well, thank you, sir. That's high praise. I appreciate that.
Well, and Mr. Moderator, I want you to know that the legislative delegation is ready and available to help you at any time. Representative Tarr is actually at the State House as the House of Representatives debates the budget presently, but I know I can speak for both of us in that we're always here to be helpful whenever we can, and we appreciate your good work. We also appreciate our partnership with the Select Board and with the Finance Committee and with the Manchester-Essex Regional School Committee, and we consider that partnership very important and very productive, and I want to express my gratitude to them. Ms. Moderator, just on a couple of notes of business. Number one, I was incredibly impressed at how you conducted that election at the beginning of this town meeting, with nominations coming to the floor and everyone within a matter of minutes elected by acclamation. It is a model, and I appreciate that, Mr. Moderator. But I also want to let folks know that this is the time of year when we are engaged in budget debate. As I mentioned, the House is currently debating the budget for the coming fiscal year, which begins on July 1st. The Senate will begin that debate in the month of May. And I wanted everyone here to know, because you've all taken the time to come out and guide decisions that will be important for the future of this town, that we are working very hard on local priorities. The House has carried a number for per pupil aid, increases of $160 per pupil. That is up from what was offered in House 2 by the governor, which was $75 a pupil. I also want you to know that we are working very hard to increase unrestricted general government aid, affectionately known on Beacon Hill as UGA. But that is the amount of money that's provided to cities and towns for the municipal side of government, and we're going to work very hard to try to increase that number because we know that cities and towns all across the Commonwealth have seen tremendous increases in their cost of operation, and they deserve additional support from state government. In addition to that, Mr. Moderator, we are working very, very hard to at long last have the recreation and the reestablishment of the Foundation Budget Review Commission to take a good look at the Chapter 70 formula by which we distribute school aid, which disadvantages a great many communities in suburban Massachusetts. In fact, Mr. Moderator, we are now up to 270 school districts that get only the minimum amount of aid each year from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We are hoping to change that, but in order to change that, we need this commission to study the issue and make recommendations, and we're hoping very much for that. And then more locally, and lastly, Mr. Moderator, we have had a request from our town administrator to look for some assistance for the burgeoning project to create a senior and community center in Manchester by the Sea, and I want you to know that we're going to work very hard to see if we can come up with some assistance for that project as well, because we know everyone's working very hard on it, and we know how important it is to the community. With that, Mr. Moderator, this is the first of 3 town meetings for me tonight. I now have to travel to the wonderful communities of Groveland and West Newbury, so I will be in the truck for a little while. But I wanted to come here first, again, to be able to congratulate you, to wish you well as you move forward, and to let you know that the legislative delegation stands shoulder to shoulder with all of you as we work toward the things that we consider priorities for all of us in the legislature and right here at home. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Senator Tarr. As always, we appreciate your attention to our town, and good luck tonight. All right. Okay, a general comment about the motions for articles this evening. The motions for the articles reference the Finance Committee annual report, which I mentioned before, which contains the articles as printed in the warrant. Now, before we get into the articles on the warrant, you should know that I'm considering the possibility that we'll need 2 nights to cover the material on the warrant. Besides the regular finance articles, we also have a number of capital articles, several zoning articles, and 3 citizen petition articles to get through. We've made estimates for how long the articles will take, and it definitely pushes the limits of what reasonable people might support for this meeting in an evening. So if we get to 9:15 or 9:30 and we haven't finished all of the articles related to financial decisions, which includes the various capital articles, then it is likely that we'll look at adjourning and taking up the remaining articles tomorrow evening. Now, if there are no questions we will go to Article 1. All right, Article 1. To see if the town will vote to receive and place and file the reports of the town boards and committees appearing in the annual report or take any other action relative thereto. And Kathy Bellata moves and John Round seconds. The article is presented in the Finance Committee Annual Report on page 19 under Article 1. Meeting ready to vote? All in favor, please press 1, press 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. Voting period is open. All right, 262 yes, 2 no, and 12 abstain, and I have no doubt that the article passes. Article 2. To see if the town will vote to fix the 12-month fiscal year salary and compensation of all elected officers of the town as provided in Section 108 of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 41, as amended, as follows, or take any other action relative thereto, in the amounts for 0 for the moderator, 0 for the chair of the select board, and 0 for the other 4 select board members. Ann Harrison moves and Jeffrey Delaney seconds. The article is presented in the Finance Committee Annual Report on page 19 under Article 2. Any debate? Meeting ready to vote? Press 1, 2 for yes, 2 for no, 3 for abstain. All righty. Somebody wants us to get paid. Wow. 271, 3 no, and 5 abstain. And I have no doubt that the article passes by a majority vote. All right, Article 3. To see if the town will vote to raise an appropriate transfer from available funds or otherwise provide a sum of money to pay unpaid bills from a prior fiscal year pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 64, or take any other action relative thereto. And these are for performance vendor in the amount of $19,370 with a funding source of free cash or undesignated fund balance. John Guilfoyle, Public Relations, in the amount of $1,598 and the funding source of that would be free cash or undesignated fund balance. And then lastly, the Pete Store or Peterbilt for $269, funding source free cash or undesignated fund balance for a total of $21,237. And Brian Solacey moves and Catherine Bellata seconds the article as presented in the Finance Committee Annual Report on pages 19 and 20 under Article 3. And this is an article, this sort of article comes up from time to time. The way this happens is if there are vendors who have performed work during a previous fiscal year, but they've actually submitted a bill after the books have closed, we cannot pay them out of the previous fiscal year's money, so we have to pay them out of this year's or successive year's monies. To pass this at an annual town meeting requires a 4/5 majority vote. Are there any questions? Does anybody have any comments on this article? All right, meeting ready to vote? Please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, or 3 for abstain. $276 yes, 7 noes, and 4 abstain, and the measure passes. The motion passes. Sorry. All right, well, we've come to Article 4, which contains the operating budget requests of town departments and committees and includes the recommendations of the Finance Committee and the Select Board. The report also contains the Finance Committee's recommended source of funding for each item. And the requests and recommendations are found at pages 20 through 24 of the Finance Committee pamphlet. And Ann Harrison moves and Sarah Mellish seconds that the town raise by taxation or otherwise to pay town debts and charges for the ensuing 12 months effective July 1st, 2026, and appropriate the same the amounts presented in the expense budget summary section under the recommendations and funding sources columns of the Finance Committee annual report, pages 20 to 24, under Article 4, provided, however, that with prior approval of the Select Board and the Finance Committee, the town administrator is authorized to transfer unexpended funds within a summary category, for example, within general government. And I'll recognize Sarah Mellish for comments on behalf of the Finance Committee, and I've told her that she can have more than 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. This budget will result in a 2% tax rate increase, about $180 for a $1 million home. The calculation is on page 3 of the FinCom booklet. This includes the first-year cost of the capital projects on the warrant, sharply higher costs for health insurance, legal expenses, state pension plan contribution, trash collection, snow removal, and fully pre-funding OPEB and some additional staff. The staff is explained on pages, that's explained on pages 4 through 6 of the booklet. The staffing changes: an additional administrative position in the Building Assessors Department to improve service for the residents. Cost of an additional firefighter as our match to a SAFER grant received to add 4 firefighters to meet current fire coverage standards and provide coverage for simultaneous medical calls. Additional library staff hours for better program coverage and summer Saturday hours. The staffing changes are explained on page 6. This budget includes a lot of capital projects as planned under our capital plan, phasing out cash capital exclusions in exchange for long-term debt service and a decline in the existing debt service. The debt service portion of this budget includes the first-year principal and interest payment on a 10-year bond for dredging, interest payments for bond anticipation notes for the Rotunda, Tappan Street, Central Street culvert, and Lincoln Street water treatment plant, and a cash capital exclusion for a new ADA bathroom in the library. We expect the savings from pre-funding the OPEB liability will cover the annual cost of 20-year bonds for Rotunda, Tappan Street, and the Central Street culvert starting in fiscal year 28. Although town expenses have increased, the tax rate increase of 2% reflects a decrease from prior years in the cash capital exclusion being requested. Actual capital project costs and the amount of the bonds issued may be less than the debt exclusions being requested. For instance, there are positive signs the BRIC grant, which expires this week for the culvert, might be extended, and we might receive a regional grant. Additional CPC funds may be available for the Rotunda in fiscal year 28 if the 20-year bond is not yet issued. The town remains in strong financial position with adequate reserves, a AAA bonding, and a fiscally prudent budget while delivering the desired services for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So I'll now go through Article 4 by major budget category, such as general government, and read the total amount recommended for that category by the Finance Committee. If any voter wishes to ask a question or change the Finance Committee's recommendation on any line item within that category, please call out "hold." We'll stop and identify the item number. If any voter wishes to change the Finance Committee's recommended amount on any line item, we'll take those changes as amendments to the main motion and vote on each one separately. When we've finished all the holds, we'll then vote on the main motion as amended if there are any changes. Until we finish all action on Article 4, reconsideration of an individual item will not require the 2/3 vote ordinarily applicable. So we're going to go through and collect all the holds on all of the general categories, and then we'll deal with the holds, and then we'll go back and we'll vote on the main motion. So let's start with general government for 35.93% of the Article 4. That's on page 20. Total recommended amount is $7,042,895, and that's items 1 through 28. Are there any holds in that category? All right, public safety starts on page 21. That is items 29 through 45, and that represents 25.75% of the Article 4. The total amount recommended by Finance is $5,047,000. I'll get this right by the end of the evening. $5,047,468. Are there any holds on items 29 through 45? All right. Hold? Which number? 38. All right. Department of Public Works, or rather Public Works, 14.81% of Article 4, $2,903,070. Got it right. Any holds on items 46 through 54? All right, moving on to Human Services, 2.4% of Article 4, $470,831. Any holds on items 55 through 60? Library for 2.98% of Article 4, $584,162. Any holds on items 61 or 62? Recreation for 2.7% of Article 4, total $525,259. Any holds on items 63 through 72? All right, debt service, 6% of Article 4, $1,171,144. Any holds on items, is there a hold on item 73? All right. Enterprise funds, 9.5% of Article 4. Total recommended amount is $1,855,394. Are there any holds on items 74 through 78? Okay. So we had one hold, and that was on item 38 in public safety under the building department. That's for the building inspector. Could you please rise, state your name and address? Oh, microphone 4.
Not working?
Try again.
Mary Pert, 35 Bridge Street. I'm looking for some information. It looks like the cost for the building inspector from the current fiscal year to the next one goes up more than 3 times. And I understand that's a regional position, so I'm just curious as to the reason for such a big increase from one year to the next.
I'll let Town Administrator Tony Barletta answer that one for you.
Good evening. The increase in this, the increase here is actually for the staff in the town hall. This is the clerical staff that assists in that department. Currently, we have one staff person that is the assistant to the assessor and the assistant to the inspectional services. The idea is to create a position for inspectional services and a separate position for the assistant assessor. The proposal for the funding of that position is through building permit fees. We looked at over 30 municipalities and determined that our fees are significantly lower than the average. The average minimum fee right now for those 30 towns is $10.99, whereas the town of Manchester is $6. So the proposal is to increase that fee to support the additional costs of staff.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
All right. Well, that was all the holds we had for Article 4. Does anybody have any other comments on the main motion? If not, meeting ready to vote? All those in favor, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 for abstain. All right, 268 yes. 2 noes. 3 abstentions, and I declare that the article passes. Article 5. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sums of money called for under the following items or any other sums for the purposes indicated, and to determine whether the money shall be provided by taxation, by appropriation from available funds in the Treasury, or by borrowing, or take any other action relative thereto. Ann Harrison moves and Sarah Melish seconds that the town raise by taxation or otherwise to pay for the items listed and appropriate the same as presented in the recommended and funding source columns of Article 5 as presented in the Finance Committee Annual Report on pages 24 and 25 under Article 5 with the following clarifications. On item 1, $300,000 from taxation and $150,000 from fund balance for a total of $1,310,492 from taxation, $225,000 from fund balance, $600,000 from the Sewer Enterprise Fund, and $17,000 from the Perpetual Care Fund. So, under Article 5, there are 17 items. Does anybody have any comments that they want to make on Article 5? Oh, I'll recognize Sarah Melish to speak on Article 5.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The total being requested for capital projects is $32 million, an unusually large amount, primarily due to the Lincoln Street Water Treatment Plant for PFAS, iron, and magnesium, and the Central Street Culvert grant status uncertainty. Although the water treatment plant could be delayed a few years and still meet the regulations, we feel the residents are entitled to safe water as soon as possible. With respect to the culvert, we hope the appropriation being requested will not be needed if the costs are covered by an extension of the BRIC grant or receipt of a regional grant. Article 5 includes $2.15 million for routine capital projects to be funded through taxation, reserves, sewer funds, and perpetual care. This year, we were not able to include a contribution to the fire apparatus fund within the constraints of Proposition 2.5, but we have a new ladder truck and a new ambulance is being delivered this year. The remainder of the capital requests are covered under separate warrant articles requesting cash or debt exclusions. Refer to pages 7 and 8 of the FinCom report. Thank you.
All right, anybody else have any questions or comments on Article 5? Yep.
Isabella, oh,
Is it, yeah.
okay. Isabella Bates, 2 Masconomo Street. I'm very, very happy to live in a relatively safe town, and I wonder how often police tasers would be used in our town. It seems a little bit alarmist almost to request that police carry tasers in our town. So I just maybe have a question about why we need tasers.
Chief Fitzgerald.
Can you hear me?
Mike 6.
Yes, this is a 5th year of a TASER replacement program that was voted on by town meeting for the last several years. So this is the final payment of those items. And we have had 1 TASER deployment in 2025, none this year.
Here, and then there, and then there.
My turn. Sylvia Friesendorp, 52 Masconomo Street. I'm looking at the cost of the police vehicle replacement and the fire vehicle replacement, and I figured we have many more wooden houses in town than crime rates, so I was a little surprised about how one is so much higher than the other.
Police vehicles tend to be a little bit more expensive because they require a lot of equipment for the vehicle to be outfitted properly. So they're not exactly the same exact vehicle. That's why you see a little bit more cost on police vehicles.
And then the woman back here, and that's going to be Mike 1, 2, 3, 4.
Rebecca Calandra, 7 Windermere Park. I'm just asking about line item 14, the cardiac monitors and defibrillators, where I know that they're a little bit more expensive, like around $2,000 to $3,000, and then $51,000 probably spent on all those would be 25 of them. I'm just trying to figure out how many they want to purchase.
Repeat the last part again.
How many defibrillators do they want to purchase? Because the 51,000 probably allots maybe 25 of them.
Chief McNeely. Mike 6.
Good evening. Those cardiac monitors are not AEDs that you're referencing. This is year 3 of payment. Since our last payment, these are the advanced cardiac monitors the paramedics use, and they go for somewhere around $30,000 a piece, so we had to spread the cost out over 3 years.
All right, and sir, you're all set? All right, any other questions on Article 5? All right, meeting ready to vote? Please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 for abstain. Voting's open. Okay, we have 268 yes, 15 no, and 9 abstentions, and I declare that the motion prevails. Now, I'm going to take a moment because I should have sent something a little bit earlier, but I've been reminded of it. Chief Fitzgerald, this is going to be his last town meeting because as police chief, because he's going to be retiring this summer. So I'd like the meeting to, yeah. Alrighty, Article 6. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money for design services up to schematic design for the Senior Community Center project, including related and incidental costs, or take any other action relative thereto. And John Round moves, and Brian Solacey seconds, that the town transfer $250,000 from the Recreation Revolving Fund for the purposes of this article. And I'll recognize John Round for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And good evening to you all. Earlier this month, the town completed a purchase of approximately 2/3 of the Masonic Hall building behind Town Hall. It cost $1 million, an amount that was approved at our annual meeting in 2024. The building needs extensive renovations, currently estimated to exceed $6 million, which includes expanding its footprint from 5,200 square feet to 7,600 square feet. While the facility will primarily be used as a senior center, it will also house several town offices and will see broader town and community use to maximize public benefit. The next step is to develop design and construction documents in order to get a more accurate cost for the renovations and get subsequent bids. This will be followed by a fundraising initiative from private donors. A feasibility study has already been completed in this regard, showing strong community support. Requests have also gone out to local and federal legislators. Manchester is among a dozen or so of the 351 towns in Massachusetts that does not have a senior center, and it is the only one on the North Shore. It's not because we haven't been trying. Several opportunities have been explored over the past 15 years or so. The pressure has been increasing. We have a growing senior population, 35% of us are over 60, and further, the Council on Aging is managing a growing number of cultural, educational, fitness, health and wellness, and social events that serve several hundred seniors annually. Finding places to hold many of these events is becoming more difficult, and the Parks and Recreation Department has similar challenges. This space will help solve the COAs and the Parks and Recs problem, and also offer a space for our youth, family, and civic and community groups to meet. A handout describing the need and history of this project in more detail was distributed at the entrance to this evening's meeting. So, we seek your approval to use $250,000 from the Recreational Revolving Fund to develop these design and construction documents. These revolving fund monies have restrictions on their use, but the anticipated uses of this building fall within the scope of what is allowed. This expenditure will not affect your taxes. We unanimously recommend your approval of Article 6.
All right, Sarah Melish, I'll recognize Sarah Melish.
The Finance Committee recommends $250,000 for additional design and a more accurate cost estimate for the Senior Community Center. When the town authorized the purchase of a portion of the Masons building for $1 million in 2024, we expected the renovation costs to be funded through donations. However, the cost estimate received in December was higher than anticipated, and given the loss of the community center, the space needs for Parks and Rec programs, library programs, and town offices, an expansion of its use is under consideration, with a portion of the cost to be paid through taxation. The original $350,000 request included construction documents and bidding review, but the Select Board and Finance Committee agreed $250,000 is a more appropriate expenditure to include completion of 75% of the design work and a more accurate cost estimate, while allowing time for the fundraising effort to obtain donor letters of commitment so the taxpayers will know what portion of the cost will need to be paid through taxation. It is not fiscally prudent to spend money on construction documents before the taxpayers have approved the project. The $250,000 is being funded from the Recreation Revolving Fund account, representing fees paid by residents for Parks and Recs programs, which is a valid expenditure if Parks and Rec programs are offered in the building. Thank you.
All right, anybody from the floor would, all right. Over here on the left-hand side, that's mic 3.
Just a mic check. Okay, great. Wendy Dixon, 295 Summer Street. I move to amend Article 6 to add the language with town meeting expressing its intent that the overall building costs not exceed $4 million. And I have rationale for that. May I speak it now, or should we have it be
You may
seconded?
speak it now. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Okay. The town did do a feasibility study, which is wonderful. It's an excellent project to have the town have this new resource. However, the feasibility study revealed that the most money the town could possibly raise through fundraising is $3 million. This amendment seeks to request that the schematic designer be aware of our $3 million, maybe $4 million if we get some government funding, in addition to all the government funding we're hoping for other projects we're doing. But this constraint should be in mind as the designer does the design. Like a homeowner talking to an architect, this amendment requires that the town of Manchester alert its design firm of the feasibility study findings and the consequent cost constraint. Sort of like saying, what could we build for $3 or $4 million? You know what we're hoping for. How can we get there within this budget? The amendment allows for a stretch budget of $4 million to cover inflation between now and when the actual construction begins, and possible the intake of some government grants. Without sensitivity to our town's building cost constraint, the $250,000 design fee risks being useless. After all, an earlier design, as Ms. Mellish mentioned, produced an estimated build cost of $7 million, and when asked to trim, they could only get it down to 5-point-something million. Thank you.
Can I get a second for that motion? That's fine. We're going to have discussion. Any discussion on that?
Jody Morse, 11 Jersey Lane. So I agree with Mrs. Dixon's approach of limiting the amount of money much below what has been now estimated. And I have a couple of other comments that I think deserve an amendment to this article. The article says that we're going to be funding a sum of money, $250,000, for design services up to schematic design, which I think is a misnomer. Schematic design generally covers about 20% of the design costs, and I don't want to spend $250,000 just to get a schematic design. I think we should have that be services up to the 75% completion of design, which Mrs. Mellish had mentioned in her comments. So I think it's important to change that wording. It's significant enough to make a change. And as far as the amount that we want to vote on tonight, I think that what I would like to add is that we would fund this, provided that the town hold a public hearing to present and discuss the programmatic and design requirements and the projected carrying cost for the building prior to entering into a contract with the architect. And again, I think the reasoning behind that is similar to what Mrs. Dixon was talking about, is we voted for $1 million to buy part of the Masons building 2 years ago. The purpose and the program for that building has changed substantially in the last 2 years, which is fine. But as a town meeting, we have not had a chance to weigh in on whether we want 2 quiet rooms, a meeting room, 4 offices, a very nice new front to the building with a wraparound deck and a different roof, elevations and so on and so forth, which has obviously impacted the cost of this project. So I would like to add to the article that there would be a public hearing for the town so that we can have some input.
So I think I heard, so we have a motion pending, a second motion, a motion to amend the main motion. And I think I heard that you said you expressed some support for that, but you also suggested that you wanted there to be some other changes. You haven't made a motion on that. I think we should deal with this motion first, and then if you want to amend the main motion again, you can do that.
Okay,
Do you have motion language in mind?
I do.
Okay. Let's finish with this, and then we'll come back to your motion. Are there any other discussions of Ms. Dixon's motion? Meeting want to vote on that motion? Are we ready for that?
I can speak to that.
Oh, forgive me. The town administrator would like to speak on that motion.
Thank you. Good evening. While I appreciate the motion that has been made and the overall concern for limiting the amount of funds that the town may contribute to the construction of this project, what we've done so far is hold multiple public forums with stakeholders of the Council on Aging and the Friends of the Council on Aging to look at what are the programming needs of the future building and the space needs to support those programs. After completing that process, we got a construction estimate, as referenced by the motioner, that came back higher than expected when the full total all-in cost came to about $7 million. So what we're doing here with this motion is to support funding to get to 75% design. And as mentioned just now, if we need to make clarity in the main motion, we'd be supportive of doing that. But what we're doing here is to get the next step of the design completed. That'll give us an up-to-date cost estimate. And once we have that, we'll understand, hopefully, where we are with fundraising. As the senator mentioned, we've sought out earmarks through the state budget. We've requested a $3 million grant from our federal delegation, and that's going to indicate what our budget is going to be moving forward. And where we fall short, what the delta is that we would bring to town meeting to seek your input as to whether we would support that amount of money. So I just express a little bit of caution on limiting the designer and the process that we're going to go through, and make the point that that conversation will come at the next step in the process. Once we finish the next step of the design, we're going to get an updated cost estimate, and we'll do that financial analysis to understand what the delta is, and then we will bring that in front of town meeting for your consideration. Thank you.
All right, meeting ready to vote on Ms. Dixon's amendment. If you're in favor, please press 1. Opposed, say no, and 3 to abstain. Voting period's open. So for this vote, the yeses were 112 for, 152 no, and 14 abstain. So the motion does not prevail. Oh, Mike, too.
I would like to amend the article as follows. After the word design services, change the schematic design to up to 75% completion.
Sorry, so if you're going to make a motion to amend the motion, you have to amend the motion that was made. And the main motion that was made is John Round moves and Brian Solises seconds that the town transfer $250,000 from the Recreation Revolving Fund for the purposes of this article. So that's the text that you would be amending, not the actual language of the article.
Okay, so I would amend it to say, to transfer available funds, $250,000, and add the words for design services up to 75% completion, so that we're more specific about what we're spending that money on. And then at the end of the motion, my amendment would be, provided that the town hold a public hearing to present and discuss the programmatic and design requirements and projected carrying costs for the building prior to entering into a contract with the architect. And the reason for that is pretty much to support what Mrs. Dixon was saying, is if we just get more drawings with the exact same layout, number of offices, architectural features that are currently in the, I guess, the first phase of design that's already been done. If we just get those more completed, we're not going to end up with a cost that is less than $4 million. So I'm not suggesting we add a cost limit. I'm suggesting we step back and say, how do we limit the cost based on what our program is, and getting more input from the community about what this building is going to do, and see whether we can skinny it down a little bit, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And that's why I've added this, provided that we have a public hearing before we send the architect off to spend the $250,000.
Okay, so before I'm going to get a couple of opinions here, but provided the town hold a public hearing to present and discuss the programmatic requirements, and could you reread the last bit of that text to me? Thank you very much. Provided, discuss the programmatic and design requirements and projected carrying costs for the building prior to entering into a contract with the architect. So one of the possible issues with your motion is that the way the tail end of it is worded, you're actually asking that there be a public hearing to present some of the information that would be developed as part of the architect's work prior to entering into a contract with the architect, and that's kind of the cart before the horse. So you might want a public hearing. You know, what's the purpose of the public hearing that you want to be held besides the discussing the programmatic and carrying costs?
Well, given the town meeting voted 2 years ago on a senior center only for $1 million, I think it's important for people in the town to be able to give input to the people who are running this project prior to the architect drawing more complete drawings. We have a layout, we have a room, we have the rooms drawn out, we have a rendering of the facade of the building, the outside of the building. Are there ways that we can interact with the people that are running this project to tell them what we think as a town we would like to have included so that we can cut back on costs?
Okay, before I ask for a second on your motion, I'm going to get a couple of comments from Tony and see if we might get a small change to your motion.
Thank you. I think the town would be supportive of the motion that you made, clarifying that we get to 75% design. And I think we would be supportive as well to hosting a public meeting. As to what the moderator was mentioning, we would want the architect under contract for that public meeting. So if we just tailor your motion to eliminate the end of it, we'll have the architect present at that initial public meeting, get that feedback, and then go to work from there.
All right, so in that case, your motion, if you'll accept that change, would be to remove after and projected carrying costs for building, we just remove prior to entering into a contract with the architect. All right. So with that change, is there a second to the motion? All right. Hang on a second. All right, let me just say that I see you back there. I will get to you. You're next. All right, well, we're writing up some slides for that. Are there any comment on that motion, the amendment, the motion to amend the main motion? Over here on mic 3.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Banks at 36 Walker Road. Also, full disclosure, I'm on the school committee, but I'm speaking entirely in my own personal capacity. With all due respect, I was on the Finance and Select Board meeting last week, and I think that this point, this is a first step that we can take and that we need to take. What I'm hearing is that we're kind of at the start of a race, but we're trying to manage the outcome, and it's kind of been a chicken or the egg conversation. So I think we all need to take a first step here and support this article because we really need some community space in our town. You know, I loosely follow the town Facebook page, and the topics that get so much engagement are about coffee shops and restaurants, which is closing, what's rumored to go where. Embedded in those comments is a consistent call for community space, a need that I think almost all can agree on, whether you love or hate the dogs on the beach or orange trash bags, or whether you're nostalgic for the past or planning for the future. One of the most beautiful things about living in Manchester is gathering at the beach in community, but we only get that less than half the year, given the weather, accessibility problems for some people, as well as those dogs. Gotta love them. We are coming out of a winter season hungry for community space. We love our library, we love the Laughing Gull. There's just not enough square footage of gathering space and limited hours. We mourn the loss of our community center. So I see this initiative as a chance, as is, to create an efficient multi-use space, a place for seniors to gather, get out of the house, engage with one another. It's so important to address the loneliness epidemic that has been a struggle really since COVID. A place for young mothers also at a really potentially lonely stage to gather with a mother's club or other groups or clubs or events that bring people together and create community. Even a place for middle schoolers or teenagers who end up hanging out at our amazingly patient small restaurants like Bravo. Those people are saints to put up with those kids.
You've reached your 2 minutes, so
Have I really? Oh my gosh, okay. So to wrap up, the most beautiful possibility that can come out of this space is the piece of wisdom passed along, a child saying the darndest thing that makes you chuckle. That's a multi-generational space that we have an opportunity to build right now, and thank you to all the public servants and volunteers that have tried and are continuing to try to take baby steps to push it forward. Sorry, thank you.
Okay. Now, are you going to speak on the motion to amend?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Dean Nahadas, 48 Beach Street. I think we can neaten up the language by asking to hold the public forum before half of the $250,000 is spent. To kind of honor, we already have a contract with the architect, so to prohibit it before the architects, I agree, is too much. But perhaps we can just make it part of this $250,000 that they hold the public forum before half of it is spent, as a way to neaten up that amendment. And one other suggestion, instead of saying the 250 for 75% design, for at least 75% of design, because there's a good chance that that's enough to complete everything. Thank you.
Ms. Morris, would you accept as a friendly amendment the change to at least 75%? And Mr. Nahadas, the remainder of your motion, I think we'd have to take that as another motion afterwards once we see the outcome of this motion. I don't want to stack 3 motions up like this. Did you want to speak to this motion to amend?
Yes, something in just quickly, my name is Brandon Lamphere. I'm 14R Norwood Ave. I am on the Parks and Rec Board. Through this process, and my mother's also one of the friends of the COA, so I have a little bit of knowledge of this. The architect has had quite a few public hearings, I think, and I think will have more. I mean, that's the intent of what he's doing is he's working with us in the community to build a senior center that we want, not whatever he wants to design. So the architect, the process is implied that he is definitely going to be looking for our input. So the projects that I have worked on, when we looked at the bathhouse to deal and some of the other things that aren't actual projects, but we have had the architect firms that we deal with want as much input as possible because they want to do something of that nature. So, yes.
And did you have to, did you want to speak on the motion to amend?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Veronica Matthews, 202 Beach Street. I'm on the Friends of the Council of Aging. I just want to say it's been 2 years since the deal was done and until it was signed. And in that 2 years, there have been meetings, open meetings about the planning. It's evolved. The floor plan has evolved with public input and with greater understanding of what a municipal senior centre needs. And so the design just got more expensive because we found out what was actually needed. The other reason is that 2 years went past to get this deal finished, and construction costs just went up, and there's nothing we can do about that across the board. We've come to a design that I think it's a thoughtful design. It's been thought about for a long time, and I think we should just see what it really costs, because we're only at 10% design schematics at the moment, and the margin of error in costing there is really great. So we have to get to the end of finding out what this really costs, and then the town can have a discussion about it. But let's get to that point where we actually know what we need really costs. And if the town doesn't want to do it, or the town wants to dumb it down and spend less money then that's the discussion we have once we have these facts. So I would say no amendments tonight. Let's just spend the $250,000 and get some real facts.
All right. I don't see any other speakers on Ms. Morse's motion to amend. Well, I do. So I'm sorry, she was approaching the mic already.
Alida Bryant, 57 Old Essex. It's been a while since I worked for an architecture firm, but my understanding is that after schematic design, which is where we are now, apparently, there comes design documents, and the design documents are fleshed out enough to actually get decent bids and cost estimates. So I am with the former speaker's mind to actually let this Article 6 go through as written, because it is going to take $250,000, and 75% design complete is a weird way to try to calculate it. I think the architect would be rolling their eyes at this point. So my vote is to stick with the main article. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to call a vote on Ms. Morse's motion to amend the main motion. And so I'll read you the full amended text, and we'll give you the vote. So John Round moves and Brian Solacey seconds that the town transfer $250,000 for design services up to at least 75% completion from the Recreation Revolving Fund for purpose of the article, provided that the town hold a public hearing to present and discuss the programmatic requirements and projected carrying costs for building. All right. Meeting ready to vote? Press 1 for yes, 2 for no, to amend the main motion. All right, 97 yes. 182 no. and 11 abstentions. So I declare that the motion to amend the main motion fails. And now I will take the very patient man in the back.
Just a couple simple questions.
If you could-
Byron Wynn, 10 University Lane. I think the issue here is that the design program, which I deeply appreciate all the work on, yielded an estimate that was more than twice as much as what we initially anticipated. The normal course of action in that circumstance is to modify the design program in the direction of a budget we can tolerate. I agree this is a very important project. I think it's foolish to risk it going down in the end on funding when we ask for $7 million. I want to know who is in charge of modifying the design program to fit the constraints that you heard here expressed tonight. So that's the first question, I guess. Who's in charge of the program now? Or if the answer is the program is set and will not be changed, that would answer the question as well.
Okay, do you have other questions as well?
Yeah, the second question is, I noticed with some concern for offices in the new space, and in addition to the ops and maintenance costs for maintaining the building, is the town taking on any additional staffing costs for the senior or community center? Incremental.
Okay. Did you want to take those? Sure. Okay.
So for the first question, the lead on this project, like any of our facility projects, is Nate, our town engineer and facilities manager. The decision-making process will be advised through the public meeting process in consultation with myself, the department heads of the programs that'll be featured in this facility, and in consultation with the select board. The second question is about staffing costs. There are operational costs associated with adding this facility to the town. Believe we have it projected in the $50,000 to $60,000 range, but no additional staff is part of this proposal right now. But there's standard operational costs like utilities and maintenance of the building.
All right, any other comments or questions on Article 6? Meeting ready to vote? So this will be the original main motion. Have that ready to go? All right, press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. All right, the vote is 243 yes, 36 no, 9 abstentions, and I declare that the main motion for Article 6 prevails. Moving on to Article 7. All right, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate a transfer from available funds $171,435 as the town's share of the Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School District, or take any other action relative thereto. And Jeffrey Delaney moves, and Brian Solacey seconds that the town raise and appropriate $171,435 and that it be funded by taxation for the purpose of funding the town's share of the Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School District. And for Article 6, we don't have any speakers scheduled. Do we have any questions? 7 for Article 7, sorry. Thank you. Any questions or comments from the floor? Oh, all right. Meeting ready to vote? Please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. (272 yes, 9 no, 9 abstain), and I declare that the motion under Article 7 prevails. All right, Article 8. This is an article that has 3 separate motions for it. You have the motions in handouts with you. We will vote on each individual motion separately. So Article 8, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money for the town's assessment from this district for the gross operating and maintenance budget of the Manchester Essex Regional School District, including debt service. Said sum to be calculated solely in accordance with the agreement between the towns of Essex and Manchester by the Sea, as most recently amended by invoking and approving the provision found in paragraph 4 of Massachusetts General Law, section, chapter 71, section 16B, allowing district members to reallocate the sum of their required local contributions to the district in accordance with the regional agreement for the fiscal year beginning on July 1st, 2026, or take any other action relative thereto. And under motion 1, well, actually, I'm going to recognize Chris Reed for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you to the Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee for your continued partnership and collaboration. I also want to thank the residents of Manchester for your ongoing support of our schools and our students. The Manchester Essex Regional School District continues to be a place where students thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. That work is made possible through the strength of our communities and a shared commitment to public education. The FY27 proposed budget is $33.7 million, representing a 3.5% increase over last year. This is consistent with the district's longstanding approach to steady and responsible financial planning and reflects a level services budget that maintains current programming, staffing, and student supports. As with last year, the primary drivers of this increase are not unique to our district. Approximately 80% of our budget is dedicated to salaries and benefits and costs in areas such as special education, transportation, and employee benefits that all continue to rise and are largely outside of the district's control. Within that context, we are continuing to use financial tools thoughtfully as part of a multi-year plan. This includes the planned use of $600,000 in reserves this year to help smooth annual increases, as well as a measured adjustment to our OPEB contribution. These decisions allow us to maintain program quality while continuing to make progress toward our long-term financial obligations. Importantly, this budget continues to support progress on the priorities outlined in our strategic and district improvement plans, strengthening curriculum, expanding student supports, and investing in professional learning. Looking ahead, we are continuing our work on the Essex Elementary School Building Project, which represents the final phase of a multi-year capital improvement plan that began with the middle and high school, regional high school. Our partnership with the Massachusetts School Building Authority, the Essex School Building Committee, has identified a preferred design that will be further developed and brought before both communities for final approval in the fall of this year, 2026. This partnership provides access to grant funding of up to 30% of the total project cost, helping to offset the local impact. At the regional district, our work depends on the strength of both communities and the decisions we make together. We remain committed to maintaining a high-quality educational program while managing resources responsibly and transparently. In closing, and on behalf of the school committee and the entire Manchester Essex School community, thank you for your continued support of our school and our students.
Okay, I'm going to explain, thank you, Chris. I'm going to explain a little bit about the motions here that we have. We have 3 motions that we're going to go through. The first one is required. We have to do this as part of a regional school agreement. It's pro forma that we do every year. The second one is the actual motion which approves the operating budget for the school. And then the third one is to approve debt for previous building projects for the school. Okay, so motion 1. Christopher Reed, Chair of the Manchester Essex Regional School Committee, moves, and Aaron Harrison seconds that the town approve the assessment calculation in accordance with the agreement between the towns of Essex and Manchester by the Sea, Massachusetts, with respect to the formation of a regional school district by invoking and improving the provision found in paragraph 4 of General Law, Chapter 71, Section 16B, allowing district members to reallocate the sum of their required local contributions to the district in accordance with the regional agreement for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026. Are there any questions or comments on motion 1? Oh, no, we got the seconds, yeah. Questions or comments on motion 1? Meeting ready to vote on the first motion? All right. 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. Uh, 260 yes, 16 no, 12 abstentions, and I declare that motion 1 prevails. Motion number 2. Christopher Reed of the Manchester Essex Regional School Committee moves, and Ann Harrison seconds, that the town raise and appropriate $18,058,187 to fund the town's assessment from the Manchester Essex Regional School District for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026 for the gross operating and maintenance budget. Questions or comments on the second motion? Mr. Morse.
Gar Morse, 11 Jersey Lane. Quick question. We're putting up 18 million. What's the total amount?
The total amount?
Yeah.
For the school budget?
Yeah, we're putting up part of the cost. What's the total cost?
Sure, as I mentioned earlier, the total budget this year is $33.7 million. Which represents a 3.5% increase year over year.
Any other questions or comments? Meeting ready to vote? All right. For motion 2, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. $257 yes, 23 no, 10 abstentions. Don't take that slide down yet, and I declare that the motion prevails. 23 and we'll move on to motion 3. Motion 3, Christopher Reed of the Manchester Essex Regional School Committee moves, and Ann Harrison seconds, that the town raise and appropriate $2,590,239 to fund the town's assessment from the Manchester Essex Regional School District to cover the long-term debt for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026. I'm afraid I read that last number wrong. I will repeat the motion. Christopher Reed, actually, I'll just point to the number on the screen that says the actual number is $2,573,924, not the number that I said before. All right, any questions or comments on motion 3? Meeting ready to vote? Press 1 for yes, 2 for abstain, 2 for no, and 3 for abstain, sorry. All right, we have 258 yes, 15 abstention, 15 no, and 12 abstentions, and I declare that the motion prevails. All right, Article 9, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate a transfer from available funds, $420,000 to be deposited in the town's other post-employment benefits trust fund, subject to said appropriation being expended from the trust fund only for the purposes authorized by Section 20 of Chapter 32B of General Bylaws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, or take any other action relative thereto. Kathy Bellata moves and Aaron Harrison seconds the motion to raise and appropriate $420,000 to be deposited in the town's other post-employment benefits trust fund, subject to said appropriation being expended from the trust fund only for the purposes authorized by Section 20 of Chapter 32B of the General Comments of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And I will recognize Sarah Mellish.
This is our good news article. In 2012, the town created an OPEB trust fund to allow contributions for post-retirement health and life insurance benefits during an employee's active employment and to eliminate an unfunded liability for existing retirees to avoid paying benefits for both active employees and retirees in the annual operating budget. The Finance Committee recommends a $420,000 contribution, which is expected to fully pre-fund the unfunded liability. Only a handful of towns in Massachusetts have accomplished this. It will allow us to pay the cost, currently around $477,000, of retirees' health and life insurance benefits from the trust, while continuing to set aside in the trust the cost of these benefits during an employee's active employment. This will provide about $750,000 annual savings, which can be used in future years to offset the $300,000 in lost revenue from trash bags due to an expected conversion to automated curbside pickup, plus the debt service on the Rotunda, Tappan Street, and Central Street culvert if needed. The anticipated savings are included in our 25-year capital plan. Thank you.
All right, any questions or comments from the floor on Article 9? Meeting ready to vote? Please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. We have 272 yes. 272 yes, 5 no, and 4 abstentions. And with that vote, we won't be seeing that article again at town meeting. All right, Article 10. To see if the town will vote pursuant to the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, to set the following fiscal year 2027 spending limitations on expenditures from the revolving funds and set forth in the town's revolving fund bylaw, Article 4, Section 11 of the general bylaws. 1, program or purpose, costs associated with Town of Manchester by the Sea recreation programs, fiscal year 27 spending limit, $550,000. 2, program or purpose, costs associated with Town of Manchester Board of Health emergency dispensing sites and clinics programs, fiscal year 27 spending limit, $50,000, or take any other action relative thereto. And Brian Solacey moves, and Aaron Harrison seconds. The article is presented in the Finance Committee Annual Report on pages 26 under Article 10. Do we have any questions or comments from the floor on this? We do this every year to reauthorize this revolving fund for Parks and Rec. Mike 1.
Hi, Sandy Rogers, 82 Old Essex Road. This is just a question. Is this earmarked for any specific programs? How is this different from the Parks and Rec that's in the budget? Just curious.
Which of you two? You want to take it?
Thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, but I believe this is for the operations of the programs provided by the Recreation Department. And so what this is, what this article technically does is limits the amount of spending out of that revolving fund on an annual basis. So we may not actually spend the full $550,000. We cannot exceed that amount.
Can I ask a
Yep.
follow-up question? I guess we have like 4th of July, Memorial Day, other things that are in our budget. Why are these not sort of itemized and part of the budget?
This is separate from those programs. This is more to the programs run through in the summertime and with the school, after-school program, separate from those special programs or events like 4th of July.
Thank you.
Any other questions from town meeting floor? Yes, in the back.
Hi, I'm Johanna Keefe of 8 Victoria Road. Just a question, clarification. Just wanted to know what the Board of Health emergency dispensing sites and clinic programs are.
Wendy, again, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but this is for the flu clinic, I believe, right? This is the revolving fund that we utilize to purchase the vaccines for the flu clinic, which were then reimbursed through insurances. All right, I got that right.
Okay, meeting ready to vote? I think we are. All right. Please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. And we have 265 yes, 8 no, and 8 abstentions, and I have no doubt that the motion carries. All right, now, as we get into Articles 11 through 15, we could do with a little bit of a procedural explanation. Each of these articles, if approved, these are the main capital articles for the evening. Each of these articles, if approved, will then require approval at the municipal elections on May 19th, and each will result in 2 items being placed on the ballot. One authorizing the town to enter into indebtedness, and one to authorize a Proposition 2.5 capital override. That's the difference between a capital override and operating override. Capital override is until you've paid off the debt, and then it goes away. The measures on the ballot will require a 2/3 majority for the debt authorization and a simple majority for the 2.5 override. The motions that will be presented here tonight will require a simple majority rather than a 2/3 majority to pass. And this procedure is different from what other towns follow and is due to a 1991 provision added to Manchester's bylaws regarding any debt incurred over $1 million. For reference, the warrant for the municipal election, including the ballot measures I just referred to, is on page 34 of the Finance Committee Annual Report. So we're going to vote tonight on these motions, and then on May 19th, we'll vote again on different motions related to them. Any questions on that procedure before we get into the Articles 11 through 15? All right, let's go. All right, I'm going to read the main motions for these. And the main motions for these contain a bunch of language that is dictated a little bit by bond counsel. So it has some legalese in it, which we're happy to explain, or we'll have town council explain. But just bear with me while I read the legalese. Kathy Bellata moves and John Round seconds that the town appropriate $16,500,000 to pay costs of capital improvements to the town's water system, including but not limited to Lincoln Street well and PFAS improvements, including the payment of all costs incidental and related to thereto. And to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amounts under and pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 7 or 8, and or Chapter 29C of the general laws, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. Further, that the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow all or a portion of such amount from the Massachusetts Clean Water Trust, established pursuant to Chapter 29C, and in connection therewith to enter into a financing agreement and or security agreement with the trust, and otherwise to contract with the trust and the Department of Environmental Protection with respect to such loan and for any federal or state aid available for the project or for the financing thereof, and that the select board, water commissioners, or other appropriate local body or official is authorized to enter into a project regulatory agreement with the Department of Environmental Protection to expend all funds available for the project and to take any other action necessary or convenient to carry out the project, and further that the incurrence of such indebtedness shall be submitted to the voters as a ballot question at a town election in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 270 of the Acts of 1991 and Article 2, Section 17 of the town's general bylaws. No amount shall be borrowed or expended hereunder unless and until voters approve, excluding the amounts required to repay any borrowing pursuant to the vote from the limitation on total property taxes contained in Chapter 5921C of the general bylaws, also known as Proposition 2.5. And I will recognize Kathy Bellata.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So Article 11 seeks authorization for up to $16.5 million to upgrade the Lincoln Street water treatment facility. These improvements are necessary to remove additional PFAS, commonly known as forever chemicals, from our drinking water to comply with stricter upcoming state and federal standards. While the town currently meets all existing water quality requirements, the new federal and state standards require action by 2029 for some contaminants and the year 2031 for others. In addition to addressing the PFAS, these upgrades will also filter out iron and manganese, improving overall water quality. The main cost driver for this project is that we have to build a new building. The Lincoln Street water treatment facility is much too small to house the specialized equipment needed to remove the PFAS. This project will expand the facility from approximately 100 square feet to approximately 900 square feet, significantly increasing the footprint of the facility. The Lincoln Street facility supplies about 40% of the town's water, with the remaining 60% coming from the Gravelly Pond facility. Now, the next phase of this PFAS treatment will occur at Gravelly Pond, but will be significantly less expensive because Gravelly Pond has a large enough building to house the specialized equipment. Unfortunately, Lincoln Street is just, it's too small. So once this project is completed, we will see an estimated tax bill increase on a $1 million household of $315 per year. That's the estimated tax bill increase after the project is completed. If the project comes under budget, that cost will be reduced.
And I'll recognize Sarah Melish.
The Finance Committee recommends approval of a $16.5 million 20-year debt exclusion for the construction of this new water treatment plant at Lincoln Street Well. The well fails the new federal standards for PFAS, and although compliance is not required for a few years, we feel the residents expect a more timely remedy. Gravelly Pond currently passes the new federal PFAS standard, but we anticipate a future smaller project at that site. Bond anticipation notes requiring interest-only payments will be issued during the construction. The debt service for fiscal year 27, the budget we're dealing with tonight, is included in the total estimated 2% tax rate increase. A 20-year bond will be issued when construction is completed, having a 3% tax rate increase impact in fiscal year 29. The project has gone out to bid with 2 different funding options being considered, with different interest rates and different upfront costs. Refer to page 9 for more information that's in the booklet, or ask Chuck Dan.
Questions from the floor?
Is it on? Yeah. So I noticed that Kathy skipped over the language including but not limited to, and I was wondering what else is included in this project to have that language in there.
I believe that's standard language that we received from bond counsel. This motion was provided to us from bond counsel, so it has a lot of different language in there. It involves the authorization of borrowing these funds through the state revolving fund or borrowing them locally, as Sarah just mentioned.
Right, but does this open it up to something other than the PFAS that we think we're voting for?
No, it's limited to the language in the motion. I think the including but not limited to language is the standard language that bond counsel provided to us.
I'm concerned it gives too much discretion, and I would like it struck if possible. So, yeah.
Good evening, folks. Michelle Randazzo from Town Council's office. So the language, as the moderator and I think Town Administrator Barletta indicated, is dictated by bond counsel. It does not provide wide authorization to suddenly pivot and decide that you're going to put in a basketball court somewhere. It is limited to the Lincoln Street well and the PFAS improvements, but along the way in doing that work, there may be other items that come up that are necessary and are typically included with that work, but we can't list all of those out in advance. So if you try to eliminate that language, you may have a problem with bond counsel not approving the borrowing, and you also may unnecessarily restrict the town from being able to accomplish the specific goals. The ballot questions that you'll be asked to vote on will specifically refer to the Lincoln Street well and the PFAS. It may also have the other incidental, but incidental is meant to be just that, incidental, not a completely different or separate project.
Add the word incidental, including but not limited to costs incidental to.
He spoke before, that's Dean Nahadas. So you asked the question, can we change the language? Can you state it again to
Yeah, I'm not good with the legalese, but I'm trying to limit the scope to just the Lincoln Street well and PFAS improvements. It doesn't say that, and maybe we could say incidental to.
The language does include all costs incidental and related thereto, the language in the motion as read by the moderator. And again, as Michelle mentioned, these motions are very particular, provided by bond counsel, and any change to the motion language presents risk to the ability to do these borrowings if approved. So advised to not amend that particular language.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the floor? In the back, Mike, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hello, John Keefe, 8 Victoria Road, Manchester. I guess I'd just like to recommend that we vote no on this. Couple reasons, several reasons. One is, it looks like we have a little more time to rectify, solve this PFAS problem until 2029. The next piece is that it's really not a $16 million vote, it's a $28+ million vote. The phase 2, which you look on page 12 of your pamphlet, talks about the next 12 million. So you've heard of many tonight with like, oh, we're already committed to that, so this is the last. So I don't think we want to commit to $28 million until we've actually fully studied the problem and possible solutions. Let's face it, most of the water we get flushes down the toilet or goes on our lawns. Very little of it is actually drank for health and all that good stuff. You could put a full RO water system, filter system in your house for about $2,000, probably less. In 2,000 houses in Manchester, that would be about $4 million. We could put a RO system and a filter system in everybody's house, and that would eliminate all these other chemicals, the manganese, the iron, the chlorine, the fluoride, all the stuff that comes down our pipes that we're drinking. It seems silly to clean all of it, given only a small percentage we actually drink. So I think if we go back and study this, we can come up with solutions that cost far less and actually improve our health by having clean water at the source where we drink it, and not clean water where we pour it on our lawns or flush it down our toilets. So I'd like to recommend we vote no on this, study a little bit further, and come back with solutions that aren't crazy expensive for our little town. Thank you.
Also Mike 5, go ahead.
Mr. Moderator, Chuck Furlong, Ocean Street. Along those lines, have we made any effort to determine the source of the chemicals?
Let's get Chuck Dam.
Good evening, everybody. Chuck Dam, DPW Director. We've actually spent several years studying the treatment possibilities at both Gravelly Pond and at Lincoln Street. We do not know the source of the particular PFAS that is present in our well or at Gravelly Pond. However, as was mentioned in the main motion and read by Kathy, these are forever chemicals that are in literally everything that we have manufactured over the last several decades. So we have not been able to determine that. But I will say it kind of goes to the question as well, and also the last question is the point of entry or the regulations that we need to meet are for the water distribution system at the point of entry into this distribution system. So there is no alternative where we could install personal filters at every town. That would not be in compliance with this mandate by the state and federal government.
Well, that won't come as any surprise to anyone in the room. Have we specifically tested the turf field immediately adjacent to the well?
We have not as part of the DPW efforts on this project. I believe there was a lot of looking into that as part of the turf field project, but I'm not aware of how that results came in.
Well, I'm certainly not a chemist, and I don't want to delay things here this evening, but it would seem to me that we'd like to know the proximate cause of the PFAS, and if that could remedy the problem as opposed to treating the problem, it might be a much more optimal solution, and I suggest it be seriously considered.
Any other comments on Article 11? Questions, comments? If you could go to the mic, and I see a person in the back here, so stack up on that microphone, and then I'll call you as you come in. We're going to take the person in the back first. Mic 5.
Hi, Gordon Turner, 0 Parsons Lane. I served on the Water Resource Protection Task Force, where we tried to answer that question and look into what could be possible sources of the PFAS. At the time, the school committee there was a turf field replacement going on, and we had reached out to that committee and asked them to look into that. They got certifications that the new turf was free of PFAS. They chose a vendor that was supposed to be free of PFAS. And I believe they even have testing results that they can share with you if you have questions about that. So I hope that answers that question. And then also I'd like to just state that I'm in support of purifying our water. Thank you.
Over on mic 1.
Edward Martin, 25 Bennett Street. If the PFAS is already in the water, would changing the surface of the field do anything to remove the PFAS that's already in the water? I don't think so. I mean, I think if that is the source of the problem, you know, that's a separate problem, you know, where we'd have to remove the turf. But if the PFAS are already in the water, then the only way to deal with it is to filter it.
Again, on mic 1.
I'm Melissa Villa. I live at 127 Pine Street. I'd like to say thank you to people thinking about where the PFAS come from, but really I have a policy question because it sounds to me like this is a mandate that we have to meet. So if we don't approve this, then what happens?
You or Chuck? Which one? Chuck.
Can you hear me? So if we are not in compliance in 2029 at the well, then we would be out of compliance. We would receive notification from DEP that we are out of compliance, and they would look to us to tell them how we are going to get into compliance, which would be to propose this project. And probably in the interim, they would have the public water supplier, meaning the town, provide bottled water to all the residents for drinking.
Isabella Bates has moved the question. That motion is not debatable. So that is a second. Thank you for saving me. So this is a 2/3 majority vote. All people in favor of cutting off debate. Do we have that slide ready? Working on it. So this is a motion to cut off debate and then make us go to actual vote on the main motion for Article 11. We'll get you the slide in just a second. All right. Nope. Cut off debate. Okay. Motion to cut off debate. If you want to cut off debate and move on to vote on the question, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. I see 250 yes, 15 no, and 6 abstentions. So I believe the motion to cut off debate has succeeded. We'll now move on to vote on the main motion after I type down a couple of numbers. Hold on. All right. So now going back to voting on the main motion for Article 11. This is a majority vote. Please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. $228 yes, 39 no, and 5 abstentions, and I declare that the main motion under Article 11 succeeds. Moving on to Article 12. John Round moves and Brian Solacey seconds that the town appropriate $5 million to pay the cost of capital improvements to this Central Street culvert, including payment of all costs incidental and related thereto. And to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amounts under and pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 7 of the general laws, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, and further that the incurrence of such indebtedness shall be submitted to the voters as a ballot question at a town election in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 270 of the Acts of 1991 and Article 2, Section 17 of the town's general bylaws. No amount shall be borrowed or expended hereunder unless and until voters approve the excluding amounts required to pay any borrowing pursuant to the vote from the limitation on total property taxes contained in Chapter 59, Section 21C of the general laws, also known as Proposition 2.5. And I will recognize John Round.
Thank you again, Mr. Moderator, and good evening to you all again. Built in 1850, the Central Street culvert has sustained damage from multiple flooding events that have eroded the bridge, tide gate, culvert, and the central pond retaining walls. And it is, in a word, old. In 2016, the town made temporary repairs to the culvert that were expected to last 3 to 5 years. The Central Street Bridge, which goes over the culvert, connects Manchester by the Sea to the rest of Cape Ann via Route 127. It houses an underground electrical service line that provides electricity to all of Cape Ann. Additionally, the central pond provides the only natural habitat for rainbow smelt in the area. Mass DOT annually performs inspections of the culvert to ensure its safety for the traveling public. Plans for this critical infrastructure have been in the works for 10 years. Half a dozen permits are required, and all were filed for about 5 years or so ago. But permits take time, and we still await word on the Chapter 91 license permit, but believe that that is imminent. The project funding is a bit unclear. Grant funding has been awarded. However, due to the lengthy permitting process and delays, the status of the largest grant, which is $4.5 million from FEMA, is uncertain because the project completion date is this month, April 2026. The town has requested an extension to December 2027 and awaits a response. As a backup plan, the town has pursued an alternative state grant, the Commonwealth's Municipal Vulnerability Program. The town will receive notification of both of these funding options in the coming months, so we cannot yet confirm if the project will begin in the fall of 2026 or the fall of 2027. Our approach is to complete this project as soon as possible using grant funding for the construction. Despite the funding uncertainty, the town continues preparations to make the project shovel-ready, including the procurement of precast concrete arches that typically require a 6-month lead time. They will be delivered this summer. This enables the contractor to compress the construction schedule, reduce the duration of any road closure, and mitigate potential delays. So we seek your approval for a $5 million debt exclusion to replace the culvert and the bridge. It will only be used if the grants do not materialize. The annual tax impact on a property valued at $1 million would be approximately $94.50, and we recommend your approval of Article 12.
The Finance Committee recommends approval of a $5 million 20-year debt exclusion for the replacement of the Central Street culvert. We are hoping the grant situation will be resolved so this bond authorization is not required. We have a $4.5 million BRIC grant, which expires this week, but are hoping it will be extended for 3 years. If this does not happen, we have applied for a $5 million regional grant, which we hope to receive since the electrical service for Cape Ann runs through the culvert. An additional part of the project, repairing and enhancing the Central Street retention pond, is fully funded by grants. Permitting is almost complete, but we're not sure whether the project will start this fall or next fall. If needed, bond anticipation notes requiring interest-only payments are expected to be issued during construction. The debt service for fiscal year 27, this year's budget, is included in the total estimated 2% tax rate increase. Construction is expected to be completed in fiscal year 27 or 28, at which time a 20-year bond will be issued, if needed. We expect the savings from OPEB will cover the cost of the debt service to avoid a 1% tax rate increase. Thank you.
Any questions, comments from the floor? Mike Lee.
Dean Nahadas, 48 Beach Street. Let's see. There are conditions in the grant for the channel restoration that leave us susceptible to increased tidal flooding and may keep us from adding sorely needed parking, especially for the town hall parking lot, which will be needed when the senior center goes online. The project has been sitting on the shelf too long and does not adequately consider sea level rise. The consultant wasn't even qualified to evaluate that. They incorrectly identified this structure as having a tide gate, and it was never a tide gate. There was never a tide gate on this. They don't even know what a tide gate is, apparently. And number 3 is I would recommend we perform simple maintenance to extend the useful life, which will avoid a costly detour. And it will also consider a water management option in lieu of replacing the dam. These requests have been asked directly to town officials who consider them a threat. So I would like to open it up to the citizens of the town to vote on this. But I urge no on this.
Any other comments or questions from the floor? Meeting ready to vote? All right, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. Again, this is a majority vote. $208 yeah in favor, 34 opposed, and 8 abstentions, and the motion carries for Article 12. Moving on to Article 13. Jeff Delaney moves and Kathy Bellata seconds that the town appropriate $1,900,000 to pay costs of the Manchester Harbor dredging, including payment of all costs incidental and related to thereto, and to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amounts under and pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 7 of the general bylaws, or pursuant to any other enabling authority to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. And further, the occurrence of such indebtedness shall be submitted to the voters as a ballot question at a town election in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 270 of the Acts of 1991 and Article 2, Section 17 of the town's general bylaws. No amount shall be borrowed or expended hereunder unless and until voters approve, excluding the amounts required to pay any borrowing pursuant to the vote from the limitation on total property taxes contained in Chapter 59, Section 21C of the general laws, also known as Proposition 2.5. And I'll recognize Jeff Delaney.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Finally get to stand up for a minute. Article 13 is a grant match for the dredging of Proctor Cove and the channel. The total cost of the project is $3.8 million. We have secured a grant for half the cost, leaving us with $1.9 million to match the grant. This is a maintenance dredging project, which is part of our regular 40-year dredging plan. The 40-year dredging plan equates to one project every 10 years, alternating between 4 areas as needed. Originally, this project included Area 4, but through careful Harbor Department oversight, Area 4 was able to be repurposed with shallower draft boats, mitigating the need to dredge Area 4 this round and providing a large savings to the town. We have currently secured a sustainability permit that allows the dredging spoils to be dumped offshore, which is a tremendous savings over trucking material out to be processed on land. Full permitting for this project should be completed before fall of 2026. We are currently waiting for the final approval of our eelgrass mitigation plan. There is a possibility of this project starting this fall with your approval of Article 13. We hope to have further overall savings by tying all 4 harbor projects together, such as dredging, Rotunda, Morse Pier, and Reed Park Dock Extension on one bid. We anticipate tying these multiple projects together will give us more bidding power, equating to savings on these projects overall as a package. Thank you, and we hope to have your support for Article 13.
And I'll recognize Sarah Melish.
The Finance Committee recommends approval of a $1.9 million 10-year debt exclusion for the 50% match for the dredging about 25% of the harbor. This project is expected to be completed in fiscal year 27, with a 10-year bond being issued to coordinate the length of the bond with a plan to dredge a portion of the harbor every 10 years. The first year of the debt service is included in the total estimated 2% tax rate increase for this year, so we do not expect this project to involve a future tax increase. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the floor? Mr. Nahadas.
Yes, I'm for the dredging. I feel it's needed, but I would like to attach a provision to the language to approve this dredging provided there is no further harbor expansion until the town residents approve a harbor management plan by ballot. And now, it might not have something to do with the dredging, but it's related because there's a very reckless grant that the town wants to accept to turn our picturesque harbor into a sewer pump-out station. And I would like the town to be able to weigh in on this decision rather than just the employees who are pro-marine. So I would like to propose an amendment to this bill, make it contingent that no further expansion be done in the harbor until the harbor management plan is approved by ballot vote.
Mr. Nahadas, I'm going to declare that out of scope for this measure. The motion that you're contemplating is far beyond what is contemplated under this article. It's not specifically related to the subject matter. It's not in scope for tonight.
Well, I don't see how else to stop this reckless project. So I was trying to attach it to this bill that we are voting on. But if you don't allow it, then you can't.
Carl Doan, 52 Summer Street.
Could you step a little closer to the mic?
Carl Doan, 52 Summer Street. Can you hear me now? The things that have been done in the harbor for the last 13 years since we've had Lion Pike there have increased the use of the harbor to many people, whether visually or having it to help the boat people who come to visit, spend money, and it's a good place for the family groups in town here to go and take a look and relax around. The things that have been done as far as the increases for dockage and other items in the town has been done to help out the fishing community. Right now, there is a pump out station at the boatyard. That is going to be transferred to the town with some of the new docks there. That is all paid for by the government. Anything that is being done with the floats there has been paid by the grants that have been put together by the harbor master. This has not just happened overnight. It's been planned before. It's piece by piece. Everything, almost everything we've done with the increase from the head of the harbor there with the docks, it's all been permitted, and we have had money for it. It's not just something that has just happened to be. Everything as far as the pump out station is going to be taken care of by the government. It's not a cost that we're going to have to do. And any boat that comes into town can get a pump out. It's better for the sanitation of the harbor. It helps visiting people. And the harbor is a clean situation. But I would like to say that leave everything as it is for the dredging. We do this every 10 years. We've done it for a long, long time, since Jeffries Creek was turned into a harbor. Back then, you had boats rowed by hand. So I'm just saying, keep it as it is. Thank you.
All right.
I would like to clarify something that he said.
Before you speak, are there any other people who have not yet spoken on this who wish to speak? Go ahead, Mr. Nadas. Oh.
I believe it's incorrect to say that the federal government will pay for this. They'll pay for the installation, but we will be saddled with future operation and maintenance costs. They have an employee to help with the docks that they'll pay for 75% of, but this is a huge overhead expense for our harbor department with little gain for our residents. I presented a harbor plan last July that added 500 feet of slip space that could be used by senior mooring holders to upgrade at $200 a foot, which is a bargain. But it will also open the door to future slip holders. And that will all be prohibited if we let the town accept this grant. Thank you.
Marlene Dolan, 19 Woodcrest Road. I would like to propose that we take this to a vote and end discussion, just in the interest of time and the fact that we've got another 10 or 13 items before we even get to the 6 ballot questions.
Would you be willing to defer your motion until Mr. Wilson has spoken?
I would be delighted to hear Mr. Wilson for the first time. Yes, I would.
Alan Wilson, 5 Spire Rock Hill. I was going to move the question.
So then I will, I think I can assume then we'll call yours the second. Or if you would like, would you be willing to do the second? And we'll make Mr. Wilson. Yeah. We'll make Mr. Wilson's motion to call the question the motion, and seconded by Ms. Dolan. Motion to end debate. Got it? Oh. Oh, right. So this is a motion to end debate on Article 13. Article 13, and move to voting on the main motion. If you are in favor of moving to end debate, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 for abstain. $235 yes, 3 no, and 3 abstentions, and I declare that the motion prevails. And we'll now move on to voting on the main motion under Article 13. If you are in favor of the motion for Article 13, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. We have 222 yes, 13 no, and 5 abstentions, and I have no doubt that the motion passes. 222, 13, and 5. Moving on to Article 14. Brian Solacey moves and Ann Harrison seconds that the town appropriate $2 million to pay costs of capital improvements to the rotunda at Tux Point, including the payment of all costs incidental and related to thereto, and to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amounts under and pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 7 of the general laws, or pursuant to any other enabling authority to issue bonds or notes of the town, therefore, and further that the incurrence of such indebtedness shall be submitted to the voters as a ballot question at a town election in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 270 and the Acts of 1991 and Article 2, Section 17 of the town's general bylaws. No amount shall be borrowed or expended hereunder unless and until voters approve excluding the amounts required to repay any borrowing pursuant to the vote from the limitation on total property taxes contained in Chapter 59, Section 21C of the general laws, also known as Proposition 2.5. And I will recognize Brian Solacey.
First of all, Mr. Moderator, I think you did that all in one breath. Thank you. In 2022, the town hired an engineering firm to generate options for the rebuilding of the support structures of the rotunda. The select board reviewed 4 alternatives at a meeting in June of 2023. 2 public forums were held to gather important public feedback, and on September 18, 2023, the select board voted to move forward with option 1. This option keeps the rotunda in its current location, raises it from 14 feet to 19 feet, and replaces the undercarriage and pilings to protect it from sea level rise and future storm damage. The new pilings will be made from steel and will make the pier ADA compliant while preserving the rotunda's historic aesthetics and footprint. Oh God, here we go. The total cost of construction is estimated at $3.6 million. The town previously appropriated a total of $1.3 million at 2025 annual town meeting. And also in 25, the town applied for a $2.5 million grant from the Seaport Council and a $425,000 grant from Coastal Zone Management to fund the additional costs of this construction. Unfortunately, we were unsuccessful in these efforts due to the increase in severity and occurrence of winter storms. Our desire is to complete this project before any more significant damage occurs. Therefore, the town is asking residents to approve the remaining funds needed to start the project at this year's town meeting. It'll be $350,000 in CPC and a $2 million debt exclusion with a 20-year bond. The estimated tax impact on this debt exclusion is $42 per million in property value. And as Jeff pointed out, additionally, pairing this project with other harbor projects could provide for efficiencies that would result in significant time and cost savings for our town. The rotunda is fully permitted, and our goal is to begin construction during the off-season in the fall of 2026, although this will depend on contractors and scheduling. Our objective is to ensure that the rotunda continues to serve as a beloved landmark for generations to come. Thank you.
And I'll recognize Sarah Mellish.
The Finance Committee recommends approval of a $2 million 20-year debt exclusion for the restoration of the rotunda. The total cost of the project is $3.65 million, which we had expected to be funded through grants. Last year, we lost one grant, and town meeting approved appropriations of $500,000 from reserves, $300,000 from taxation, and $500,000 in CPC funding for a total of $1.3 million. This year, in Article 19, CPC is recommending an additional $350,000, resulting in a balance of $2 million to be funded with a bond. During the budget process, we considered funding debt service for this project with future CPC funds, but it would encumber 50% of the funds available each year for 20 years, and we determined that was not prudent. Bond anticipation notes requiring interest-only payments are expected to be issued during construction. The debt service for fiscal year 27, this year's budget, is included in the total estimated 2% tax rate increase. A 20-year bond will be issued at the conclusion of the construction. If that does not occur before July 1st of 2027, additional CPC funding could be approved next year to decrease the amount of the bond. We expect the savings from OPEB to cover the cost of the debt service to avoid a 0.37% tax rate increase. Thank you.
Sylvia Friesendorp, 52 Masconomo. I know this is a very unpopular view, but I really think we should vote no on this and we should move the rotunda on land. This rotunda has had to be repaired so many times, and the climate's not gonna get any more helpful in keeping the rotunda as it is. And that image of raising it 5 feet, somebody once mentioned that it's like seeing an elderly gentleman with very skinny legs and shorts, and it will look really funny. And we can preserve the rotunda and its character on land. I know people have looked at it and say you can still, it will not get rid of this iconic image of Manchester. And I think we should really spare future generations to keep on spending all this money on keeping it the way it is. So I suggest vote no.
I'll take here and then here. So Mike 1 first.
Rick Rogers, 82 Old Essex Road. I just want to make sure I'm clear on everything that's going on. So as I understand it at this point, the entire expense of the rotunda refurbishment is on the people of Manchester. So if we don't do this today, we can do whatever we want, the rotunda, whenever we want. There are no grants coming. This is entirely up to us. Is that correct?
Yes, the town attempted to receive grants for the cost of this project. Unfortunately, we weren't successful in that. It's not to say that there might be grant opportunities in the future. However, you're running the risk of a bad winter and further damage to the rotunda.
Understood. I just wanted to make sure that we're not losing out on anything. This is something we can decide later if we were to choose to do so. Thank you.
Ms. Bates.
Isabella Bates, 2 Masconomo Street. When we made those decisions several years ago to go forward with the rotunda in the water, we did anticipate a federal grant. The fact that so much money is now being withheld from the federal government for local projects was not anticipated at the time that we made that decision. And so I am agreeing with Sylvia Wiesendorp that there's new sort of view that we have to go it alone on this. And there are so many different ways that we can spend our money. And it seems to me that though it is iconic to have it in the water, we could put it in the circle up on land and it would be quite beautiful there. And so I urge a vote of no.
Any other comments from the floor?
Just to add one more thing, as Selectman Solacey mentioned, and Delaney, part of the town's approach here is to combine this project with the other 3 harbor projects. So we looked at this as an opportunity that, if funded, we could potentially get some cost savings by combining it with the other projects. So that was another element to the decision-making as to why we were pursuing this now. Thank you.
All right, meeting ready to vote? If you're in favor of Article 14, the main motion under Article 14, press 1 for yes, 2 for no, or 3 to abstain. $140 yes, 72 no, and 11 abstain, and I declare that the measure and the motion passes. 72 and 11. Article 15. Kathy Bellata moves and Jeffrey and Delaney seconds. The town appropriates $4,100,000 to pay costs of capital improvements to underground facility, utilities, and roadways and sidewalks, including but not limited to Tappan Street improvements, including the payment of all costs incidental and related to thereto. And to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amounts under and pursuant to Chapter 44, Sections 7 and 8 of the general laws, or pursuant to any other enabling authority to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, and further that the incurrence of such indebtedness shall be submitted to the voters as a ballot question at a town election in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 217 of the Acts of 1991 and Article 2, Section 17 of the town's general bylaws. No amount shall be borrowed or expended hereunder unless and until voters approve, excluding the amounts required to repay any borrowing pursuant to the vote from the limitation on total property taxes contained in Chapter 59, Section 21C of the general laws, also known as Proposition 2.5. And I will recommend Sarah Melish. I will not recommend Sarah Melish. I will recognize Sarah Melish. I guess I could recommend her, but...
Good. The Finance Committee recommends approval of a $4.1 million 20-year debt exclusion for Tappan Street to replace water, sewer, install a drainage system, and repave. We have made great progress in repairing and replacing our water and sewer infrastructure. Remaining major projects include Bennett Street and Summer Street, and Summer Street will be done in phases to minimize disruption. Bond anticipation notes requiring interest-only payments are expected to be issued during construction. The debt service for fiscal year 27 is included in the total estimated 2% tax rate increase we're now discussing. A 20-year bond will be issued at the conclusion of the construction. We expect the savings from OPEB to cover the cost of the debt service to avoid a 0.75% tax rate increase in fiscal year 28. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the floor?
I'm Nicholas White of 9 Spyrock Hill. I don't know whether this is relevant, but we've had a string of power outages and the electric company pointed to cables underground in that same area. Are they connected?
Unfortunately, I don't think we have the answers for that question because it's the power company that maintains that system.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? Mike, please.
Hi, I'm Chris Abbott from 8 Highwood Road. I am struck by the remarkable amount of borrowing the town of Manchester is undertaking, and I'm interested in whether or not there's any chance that they will, that the bond rating authorities will have anything to say about this amount of borrowing relative to our ceilings and AAA rating.
I'm going to think of 3 different people who could answer that question. 1, 2, 3. Who wants it?
I will yield
Sarah
to
Melish.
Sarah.
Generally, the bond authorities are looking, bond issuers are looking for no more than 10% of our total operating budget to be used for debt service, and the total bonds we're recommending do not come close to 10%. So we don't see that it's an issue. Thank you.
Isabella Bates again, sorry to be a pest. On the old maps of Manchester, Tappan Street was underwater. It is completely filled in, and as ocean rises, I'm worried about putting something underground where the water level of the ocean is going to be rising up underneath that area. I don't know whether that was considered when the idea of putting things underground was, I mean, I think it's great because things don't fall down in wind and that kind of thing. But is it safe is my question because of rising water levels.
Thank you. I guess I'll just point out that this project is replacing existing utilities. So across the board, they already exist there and we are rehabilitating them. We are changing the drainage slightly and we are offering some accommodations for sea level rise in that. So I think we are taking all that into account.
Hi, Peter Morton, 128 Bridge Street. Now that we're at the end of all of that, I wonder whether Sarah or someone can tell us what the total tax implications will be. I know we've got FY27 covered because of OPEB, but in some of 28 it sounds like as well, but I heard a lot of percentages on each one for impact beyond 28, and if you could just help me understand what that full number is eventually, that would be great. Thank you.
So because of the $750,000 savings from OPEB, we expect that a portion of those savings will cover the debt service for Tappan Street, the Central Street culvert. Dredging's already covered. And what was the other one? And the rotunda. So we're expecting in fiscal year 29, there will be a potential 3% tax increase to cover the cost of the PFAS project. So we're glad we're saving from OPEB.
Any other questions or comments from the floor? Meeting ready to vote? So on Article 15, the main motion, if you want to support the main motion, press 1 for yes, 2 for no, or 3 to abstain. The voting period's open. All right, we have 182 in favor, 23 opposed, and 8 abstentions. And I declare that the motion under Article 15 succeeds. Moving to Article 16. To see if the town will vote to transfer, Catherine Bellata moves and Jeffrey Delaney seconds the town transfer $250,000 from undesignated fund balance to fund the snow and ice deficit as presented in the Finance Committee annual report on page 29 under Article 16. And I do not believe we have any, no? Do you want to? Why don't we just answer? Okay. Sarah Melish will, I will recognize Sarah Melish.
The Finance Committee recommends approval of $250,000 from the fund balance reserves to supplement the fiscal year 26 snow and ice removal budget deficit. The budget line is calculated based on a 5-year average expenditure. This was an expensive winter. Although the state allows us to have a deficit in this budget at the end of the fiscal year, it would require an appropriation of $250,000, plus the state would require us to encumber the same amount in the fund balance. Hence, it makes sense to appropriate the money from the fund balance now before the end of the fiscal year. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the floor? All right, meeting ready to vote. If you're in favor of the motion for Article 16, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. $190 yes, 6 no, and 2 abstentions, and I declare that the motion under Article 16 prevails. Article 17. Jeffrey Delaney moves and Brian Solacey seconds the town in connection with the town's outstanding bond anticipation notes dated June 26, 2025 and maturing June 26, 2026. The notes. Votes 1, to appropriate the current fiscal year taxation revenue from the sum of $164,000 to pay interest on the notes due and payable June 26, 2026, and 2, to transfer from the town's water enterprise fund retained earnings from the sum of $271,000 to pay a portion of the principal amount of the notes due and payable June 26, 2026. So there's an explanation in the book on this, and basically this is to pay debt service for water capital borrowing that's due in fiscal year 2026, and we utilized short-term borrowing to fund and initiate the water meter upgrade project that's currently in progress. So that's what this article is about. Do we have any comments from board members? Sarah Melish again.
The second portion of this article is taking money, I think it's $271,000, from the fees you've been paying on your water meter, because the fees were added in anticipation that they would pay for these bonds. So therefore, we have to authorize that $271,000 reduces the amount of the bond, so we don't have to incur long-term debt for that portion.
Questions or comments from the floor? Meeting ready to vote. If you're in favor of the article on the motion under Article 17, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. $181 yes, 5 no, and 4 abstentions. I declare that the motion under Article 17 prevails. Article 18. John Round moves and Kathy Bellata seconds the town appropriate $250,000 to pay the cost of capital improvements of the Manchester by the Sea Public Library, including but not limited to construction of an ADA compliant bathroom, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto. And to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow in said amounts under and pursuant to Chapter 44, Sections 7 and 8 of the general laws, or pursuant to any other enabling authority to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. No amount shall be borrowed or expended hereunder unless and until voters approve the excluding the amount required to repay any borrowing pursuant to the vote from the limitation on total property taxes contained in Chapter 59, Section 21C of the general laws, also known as Proposition 2.5. And I'll recognize John Round.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good evening yet again. Built in 1887, the Manchester Public Library is an important part of our history and continues to serve our community through careful maintenance to this day. And it now needs a public restroom upgrade that accommodates all of its visitors. As many of you know, the library's single existing bathroom is small, not ADA compliant, and is difficult for many to use. An ADA study was completed in 2021 on accessibility in town buildings and confirmed the need for a new bathroom in the library. At our 2025 annual town meeting, we approved $70,000 to fund the design of the bathroom and minor updates to the archive space on the second floor needed to accommodate its new use as the director's office. That's because locating the bathroom in the existing director's office was determined to be the best spot. 1/3 of the director's current office will be used for administrative use, and the remaining 2/3 will be converted to the new bathroom. It will include standard ADA accommodations and an adjustable height universal changing table. Construction of the new ADA bathroom is expected to begin this summer and will take several months to complete. The library will be open during construction, and the old bathroom, will be used for storage. So we seek your approval for a $250,000 capital exclusion to build the bathroom and provide for the new director's office. If approved, the funding will also need to be approved at the town election on May 19th. A capital exclusion has a one-year tax bill impact, different from a debt exclusion that includes multiple years of debt service. For this project, the one-year tax bill impact on a property valued at $1 million would be approximately $62, and we recommend your approval of Article 18.
Any questions or comments from the floor on Article 18?
If the director's office is going to go into the archives, where's the archives going to go?
Who wants that one? Cynthia. Ms. Gemmell, we could go to the microphone.
I'm sorry, Cynthia Gemmell, Library Director. The part of the archive will be used for my office, but the archive will remain the archive.
Okay.
Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name at the beginning.
Edward Martin, 25 Bennett Street.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, so this article is a 2/3 majority vote. It is not subject to the $1 million cap that pushes the 2/3 vote to the municipal town meeting. So we'll be doing a 2/3 majority vote tonight, and if that passes, there's a majority vote for the capital exclusion article on the ballot on May 19th. If you're in favor of the motion under Article 18, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. All right, we have okay, 78 yes, 15 no, and no abstentions. And I declare that the motion under Article 18 prevails. All right, Article 19, the last of our finance articles. This is the CPC article, has 12 items under it. And Brian Solacey moves and Jeffrey Delaney seconds that the article is presented in the Finance Committee Annual Report on pages 29 and 30 under Article 19 with the clarification that the undesignated fund balances referenced are community preservation funds. And we will respond to questions from the floor on any of these articles, or any of the items under the CPC, under Article 19, if we have questions or comments from the floor. In other words, we have no speakers up here, so anybody out there who has a question, up to the microphones you go. All right, meeting ready to vote? Oh, wait, no, we got questions.
I'm sorry, and it probably doesn't matter. Rick Rogers, 82 Old Essex Road. What does photo restoration entail?
Photo restoration, that is item 9.
Number 9.
Who's taking that one? Tom. Mike 6.
The Tom Keogh, 20 Lincoln Street, Secretary of the Elder Brethren Association. The photo restoration project is an application that the Elder Brethren have put in to the CPC for taking care of 18 of our old large folio photographs. The Elder Brethren Association, founded 148 years ago, be celebrating its 150th anniversary next year. We'd like to have all those pictures taken care of and preserved for future, and so people can look at them.
Cool, thanks, Tom.
You're welcome.
All right, we have more questions.
2 questions. One, the first item, the administrative.
Sorry, could you give me your name and address?
Sorry. Jonathan Hurley, 95R Summer Street. It's $25,000 for administrative expenses for Community Preservation Committee. Can somebody just give an example or two of what that constitutes? And if I wanted to make a motion to have the rest of the meeting continue tomorrow night.
No, I'm not going to allow you to do that. We're going to be focusing on Article 19 now.
Okay.
Sure.
Jack Burke, Chairman of the
Jack Burke will take it. Great.
Community Preservation Committee. Excuse me. The $25,000 of administration funds are 5%, roughly 5%, that the state allows us to put aside for admin funds. What we do is we spend about $2,000 a year for dues to the state coalition who lobbies for us and tries to get us more money, from the legislature. Secretarial costs are about $2,000 a year, and the remainder of the funds we return every year to the balance. So we put up the $25,000 in case something comes up, but we've never spent more than $5,000 or $6,000 for that fund.
Any other questions or comments under Article 19? Meeting ready to vote? All those in favor of Article 9, the motion under Article 19, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. All right, so we have 162 yes, 8 no and 5 abstentions, and I have no doubt that the article prevails, the motion prevails the motion under Article 19 prevails. Now, before we get to Article 20, it is 9:45, and I had said that if we got to 9:15 and we had not got through all of the financial articles, I'd be considering pushing. And I've been noticing a number of people drifting out already. So
I move that we adjourn to Tuesday, April 28th, 2026 at 6:30 at the Manchester Memorial School.
Second. All right. Before we vote on this and you all scurry off, there are a couple of procedural matters. One, if we adjourn tonight, these all have to be returned and you'll have to check in again tomorrow. 2, you have a bunch of pamphlets that you're going to be taking with you. Bring them back tomorrow because we'll be referring to them and we're not going to print a whole bunch more. So, I think that's the sum total of my procedural bits. Don't run away without voting. Got it? All right. Seriously, don't leave yet. All right. We have a motion to adjourn to Tuesday, April 28th, 2026, which has been seconded. 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. $131 yes, 26 no, 2 abstentions. I declare that we are adjourned until tomorrow evening. A quorum being present, the annual town meeting will come to order. I will recapitulate our customary procedural points from last night's meeting. There are several stationary microphones around the room. If you want to speak, please go to the mic nearest your seat. Wait to be recognized, then give the meeting your name and address if we don't already have them. I'm Eli Bowling. I ask that you stand when you speak if you can, and this applies to town officials at the front, as well as to those on the floor of the meeting. The tellers also have portable microphones for anyone who might have difficulty reaching the stationary ones. If that's the case, please raise your hand and we'll make sure a microphone comes to you. We're using closed captioning for this meeting. It will be displayed on the 2 large screens in the front of the stage. Speakers must remember to direct their comments to me as moderator, not to other town officials or voters. They must also limit their remarks to 2 minutes or less unless they receive my permission in advance to speak longer. My intention is to call on every voter who desires to speak on an issue before the meeting, but if the motion for the previous question, the one to cut off debate, is properly introduced and seconded under the rules we followed, it's not debatable. I'll call directly for a vote without further discussion. I will accept the motion for the previous question only when a voter arises and is recognized solely for that purpose. I won't accept the motion from one who makes a statement on the merits of an issue and then immediately moves to close the door on contrary views. You should have picked up a yellow card tonight as you checked in. This identifies you as a voter. If the electronic voting system should fail and we have a counted hand vote, please hold up your card to make sure that you're counted. And if that happens, we'll describe the procedure. Most matters require a majority vote. The motion for the previous question requires a 2/3 vote, and by statute, some borrowing money and most amendments to the zoning bylaw require a 2/3 vote. Certain other considerations require 2/3, or in some cases a greater proportion, and I'll explain those if they arise. Non-voters are permitted to attend the meeting with the consent of the moderator. We have with us tonight Tony Barletta, Town Administrator, the heads of some of the town departments. I'm going to list them all just like we did last night, and Andrea Mainville, Town Accountant, Christine Dixon, Town Clerk, James McNeely, Fire Chief, Todd Fitzgerald, Police Chief, Chuck Dam, Director of Public Works, Nate DeRosiers, DPW Engineer and Facility Manager, Andy Vanakotis, Deputy Harbor Master, Mark Resnick, Town Planner, Cheryl Marshall, Parks and Recs Director, Jennifer Yaskill, Town Treasurer, and Cynthia Gemmel, Library Director, Wendy Hansberry, Health Agent, Debbie Powers, Executive Assistant to the Select Board and Town Administrator, Mary Minor, Council on Aging Director, Pamela, well, we don't have Pamela Bowden tonight, I'll skip that one. Michelle Randazzo, Town Council, and I think we have Mark Glovsky here too. All these people have my permission to speak, to be here, and to speak if needed. Once we've established a quorum, as we have now, I'll assume a quorum continues to be present until it's challenged and found lacking by an actual count. The procedures we follow reflect provisions of the Massachusetts Acts and General Laws, Article 2 of the town's general bylaw, a book called Town Meeting Time and the Traditions of the Town. It's unlawful to smoke on school grounds. I ask you to turn off or mute cell phones and other electronic devices. The meeting is being videotaped by 1623 Studios, and it is also being recorded. The best way to follow the progress of this part of the meeting is with the annual report of the Finance Committee. The pamphlet contains all the warrant articles and the recommendations of the Select Board and the Finance Committee. They were mailed to every household, and there were extras at the check-in stations. There were also several handouts that you should have received as you checked in. Relevant to tonight's meeting, there are 2 handouts from the Planning Board, 2 related to citizens petition articles at the end of the warrant, one of which we will be referring to for the vote. If you do not have one or more of these handouts, you can pick them up at the tables that you passed as you entered the gym. If you need assistance, please raise a hand and Teller will assist you. We'll be voting electronically for this meeting. You should have received a keypad like this when you checked in. We're going to use the keypads for all votes. When you leave, please exit through the lobby where you checked in so we can be sure to collect all of the handsets. We did have 2 of them wander off last night. One came back. We have 1 wayward handset that we hope will come home soon. I'll announce when the voting period for each motion opens and ends. While we're voting, a box in the corner of the screen behind me will also show the 15-second voting period counting down. You'll press 1 to vote yes, 2 to vote no, or 3 to abstain on the motion under consideration. If you change your mind, just press another button. The computer records only your last choice. When the voting period ends, the screen will show the number of yes votes and no votes and abstentions and will display the totals graphically. You'll also be able to see the voting display on the portable screens around the room. The handsets are in sleep mode until a button is pressed, so the screen will be blank until you vote. After you vote, the LED in the upper right-hand corner of the handset will turn green, indicating that your vote was received, and the screen will display 1/A for yes, 2/B for no, and 3/C for abstain. The device then goes back to sleep. Town clerk and her team checked the handsets thoroughly and tested them all, so it's very unlikely that any will fail to work. But if you don't see the appropriate display after voting, or you experience any other problem, you can go back to the check-in station to get another. So we'll conduct 2 test votes now to make sure that everybody is comfortable with the system. First one, were you here last night? So, meeting ready to vote? Voting period's open. Press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. I'm dying to know the answer to this. See, it's actually valuable information. 109 yes, 20 no, and 4 abstentions. Second question. Will you attend the July 3rd fireworks on Singing Beach? Press, well,
Actually, hold on. Oh, yeah, all right, let's try.
open. Voting period is open. Press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 for not sure. You're weighing your options. "91 yes, 27 no, and 16 still thinking about it. All righty. Are there any other questions about how to vote electronically? All right. Voting system will produce an anonymous log of how each handset was used on each vote. Any voter who wishes will be able to go down to the town clerk's office and determine how his or her votes were recorded. The town will not create a record linking voters' names with individual handsets, so all votes are secret. That means that if you do want to check your voting record with the town clerk, you'll need to save the device's identifier. It's a 6-character alphanumeric code on the back of the handset following the words device ID next to the QR code. If you have a smartphone, just take a picture of the back of the clicker and you can use that down at the town clerk's office. A general comment about the motions for this article, for the articles this evening. The motions for the articles reference the Finance Committee annual report, which contains the articles as they are actually printed in the original warrant. So, if there's no questions, we'll take up Article 20. Everybody ready to move in? Mr. Wilson, on mic 2.
Alan Wilson, 5 Spy Rock Hill. After we adjourned last night, I congratulated Eli on his conduct of the meeting. I can say from experience that it was a challenging session to moderate. But Eli came through those challenges with flying colors. So I ask you to join me in congratulating him on his first session.
Thank you, Alan. All right, I'll recognize Sarah Mellish for a few broad comments on those zoning articles, but 20 to 24. Sarah Creighton. That didn't take long.
I'm flattered.
I had to recognize Sarah Mellish a lot last night, so.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for coming out to town meeting again tonight. The Planning Board unanimously recommends Articles 20 through 24. For the last 5 years, the members of town meeting, you, have passed a number of zoning changes, lots of them, in fact. But those have largely been driven by our massive effort to clean up Manchester's zoning bylaw and to comply with new state requirements. Tonight, our zoning proposal for 2 new downtown districts, for senior housing, and small-scale inns represent true planning with zoning that looks forward with intention. These proposals have been on our meeting agendas for several years. We've held a downtown forum with nearly 75 residents, led walks of our town, hired a downtown expert planning consultant, met with business and property owners, and debated long hours about how to balance the differing opinions about the details. We believe that we have a strong and well-reasoned set of proposals, and the full text can be found in the appendix that begins on page 49. The entire Planning Board asks you to join with us in supporting Articles 20 through 24. Thanks.
All right, Article 20. Brian Fry moves and Gordon Brewster seconds the article as presented in the Finance Committee annual report on pages 49 through 56 in Appendix 2. And I will recognize Brian Fry for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, everybody. First, let me explain the core issue we're addressing with Article 20. The current zoning rules for our downtown were not written with our downtown in mind. Most of our downtown buildings don't even comply with the rules that apply to them today. That means that every time a property owner wants to make an improvement, Even a modest one, they face unnecessary hurdles. And here's what may surprise you. Under current zoning, a property owner could tear down a downtown storefront and replace it with a single-family home. There is nothing in our zoning today that protects commercial spaces downtown. Our proposal creates 2 new zoning districts tailored specifically for our downtown. The Town Center District covers the smaller historic blocks along Central, Union, and Beach Streets, the walkable heart of our downtown. The Harbor's Edge District covers the larger commercial parcels along Lower Beach and Summer Streets, including the Harbor's Point property. Both districts share 3 key principles. First, commercial and community space is prioritized on the ground floor. In the Harbor's Edge District, it's required. In the Town Center District, it's the default. First floor residential along the street front is allowed only with a special permit. And in both districts, converting commercial properties to single-family homes is prohibited. Second, mixed use, shops on the ground floor, housing above is allowed by right throughout the downtown, which is exactly the kind of development that our master plan called for. Third, design review will be required for all properties in both districts so that new development fits the character of our town. So why now? This proposal is the product of years of community input from our 2019 master plan through the MBTA zoning process where residents made clear they wanted essential businesses protected, and finally in last year's planning board downtown visioning exercise moderated by a downtown economic consultant. The rules we have today were written for a different time. Our intent is that these new districts will give our town the tools that it needs to keep our downtown the active, vibrant center of Manchester that we all value. Thank you.
All right, questions or comments from the floor? Mr. Martz.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Gar Morse. I live at 11 Jersey Lane, and I speak in support of this warrant article because I own, with my wife, own property in the downtown where we have commercial/retail on the first floor and 7 apartments upstairs. I'm a grandfather. Our property is grandfathered. But I believe that the zoning that's being proposed is the way our downtown zoning should read. And I don't know how we got into the situation where you have to put residential on the first floor and you can't put a store there. I think it's the right thing to do. It keeps our downtown vibrant. It keeps places for little shops and what have you. So and we have 7 tenants upstairs, and they never move out. They like it there. So maybe my rents are too low. That could be it too. But anyway, I am fully in favor. I encourage you to support this. I think it's great for the town. It's great for people in outlying districts, and it's great for our community. Thank you.
Steve Carhart, 12 Bridge Street. I chair the Downtown Improvement Committee, which is a volunteer committee appointed by the Select Board to advise on downtown issues. We have no direct responsibility here, but we have followed this project very closely, and I just want to say that I wholeheartedly support the proposal because it will sustain the commercial character of downtown and facilitate property owners to knowing what the ground rules are for making improvements in their property. The one thing that we would add, and this is not a point of disagreement with the planning board, is that if we zone it for commercial, they may not come. And so we are engaging in a program in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce to promote commercial real estate in Manchester through giving information to the to local realtors, to improve the downtown infrastructure, and this summer to improve foot traffic from visiting boaters. And so we think the whole idea of business development is the next step after this is voted, and I urge your support. Thank you.
Hi, Sandy Rogers, 82 Old Essex Road. I'd like to thank the planning board for the work that they put together on this. I think we need to protect our commercial space, et cetera. I would like to ask for an amendment to the amendment, I guess, is that how you do it? Regarding the Harbor's Edge District, the minimum setback right now is 0. I would like it to go back to at least what it was before. That means where we have Harbor's Edge, where we have Crosby's, where we have the downtown, there is the potential, if there's a redesign, that would go up to the sidewalk, and that will really close in our space downtown.
All right, before you go, can you give the specific section and paragraph number that you want to modify and how you want to modify it?
So I don't have the exact wording. I see it in the district description of the Harbor's Edge District, the minimum setback to retain the current zoning setback.
Yeah.
To clarify, if you look at the chart, Harbor's Edge Districts currently spans 2 districts. The general district, where the front setback is currently 5 feet, and the Zone A, where the current setback is 30 feet. So to have those both take effect, you would need to create another district. You'd need to divide the Harbor's Edge District into 2, right, Mark?
There's a town center district, and then this would be for the Harbor's Edge District to retain the current zoning that is there.
Right, which is either 5 if it's in the general district now, or 30 if it's in District A now. So which do you want to change it to?
Harbor's Point.
So you want to make the front setback, which is in section 5.4 on page 53, change it from 0 to 30 feet.
Correct.
Okay, that's the amendment.
So your motion is to modify section 5.4.
Wait, hold a second. Will the existing will existing buildings be grandfathered?
Yes.
Okay.
So your motion here is in section 5.4, changing the minimum front setback for Harbor's Edge from 0 to 30 feet.
Actually, I think it should go to the general district because of the existing, it's set back from the sidewalk, correct? Yeah. The general district, I'm sorry. Yeah, the general district.
So the
I'm
town
sorry.
center district? No.
No, she wants to change, I believe she wants to change the Harbor's Edge District front setback in section 5.4 on page 53 from 0 to 5.
To 5, okay, from 0 to 5. All right, so we have a motion to change the setback value in section 5.44 under Harbor's Edge, the minimum front setback from 0 to 5 feet. Is there a second for that motion? All right, discussion on the motion. I recognize Sarah Creighton.
So we, as I said in my opening remarks, we have worked very hard to try to balance the varying opinions. The reason we have picked a 0 setback is because we really want to encourage the businesses to be right at the sidewalk. Now, these are minimum setbacks. So if you have a property, let's take Laughing Gull's not in the Harbor's Edge. The hardware store. That's already has a big setback from the store, from the street. So its minimum setback in our proposal is 0 feet. That does not mean that they need to build, if they were to rebuild, right at the street. It means they can build 0 to however many they choose feet, as long as they maintain the rear setback, and that's the distance from the back line. And so we wanted to try to keep our storefronts, encourage them to come right to the sidewalk, because that is or allow them to come to the sidewalk, because that is consistent with a vibrant downtown, as opposed to, and why did we do 0 across the board? A lot of our, across downtown, town center in particular, a lot of those businesses are right at the street front. You think about Cala's and Mari. Those are right at the street front. That's something we're trying to encourage. What we don't want to see is a parking lot in front of a store. We want to put, we want to keep that walkable downtown vibrant. So we would encourage you to keep the zoning as we have proposed.
Is this on? Gary Gilbert, 11 Magnolia Ave. I am not in favor of this proposal at all. I was involved during the 3A zoning in doing some detailed studies of what makes our town charming and looking at it in terms of its existing built form. And it has some really charming areas, and it's got some voids and what's sometimes called in the urban design world missing teeth, like the Cape Ann Savings Bank building that's perpendicular to the street and a giant parking lot. When they were going to redevelop Cargo, some of their initial proposals were really deep setbacks there, which I thought would have been just terrible for that little stretch of street downtown. There's a street wall that's created when you have 0 feet setback, and it creates a sense of intimacy. I don't think it's too enclosed whatsoever. I think slightly taller buildings in some cases, and certainly close to a 0 setback, is very beneficial, as Sarah mentioned. I think what we need is buildings to be closer to the street, and it adds to the look and feel of town quite a bit and helps repair some of the voids. I mean, Crosby's at a 45-degree angle to this street corner is one of the worst crimes ever committed in town. Thanks very much.
Any other comments from other people on the floor not spoken yet? All right, Ms. Rogers.
Clarification for everyone. There are 2 districts that we're talking about. The town center district is where Cala's is, where Cargo is, where I completely understand why we want to have that unified line. What we're talking about is the Harbor's Edge district, which is very open right now. So that is a big consideration because it's where our harbor front is.
All right, any other comments on this, on the motion? The motion to amend the subsidiary motion. In the back at mic 5.
Yeah, I would just follow that comment and note that if you ever had redevelopment.
Name and street address?
I'm Paul Mailman, 375 Summer Street. If you ever had redevelopment of those parcels where there are missing teeth, I think you would want to redevelop them to zero setback. It's consistent with central town planning. If you look around most of downtown Manchester, you look around downtown Hamilton and the other villages here, that's consistent with how urban design has been done. And I think it would be fine for the town of Manchester and helpful.
All right, any other comments on the, over here on mic 4? Mic 4? 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah.
Come forward to the next mic, if you would, please.
Rebecca Calandra, 7 Windmere Park. I think for those of us who have lived in Manchester for a long time, we've understood the parking restrictions for businesses in our downtown. So I am for the 5-foot setback, as if people would want to put parking for their businesses, they would be able to. Also to leave that space slightly open, so I wouldn't want a building on top of a building on top of a building to kind of like bulk up our downtown. It's nice that we can see the water from, you know, from Crosby's and be able to walk downtown and see green grass. I think we would miss that. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, I think the meeting is ready to vote on Ms. Rogers' motion to amend the main motion. So this is to change section 5.4, the minimum setback, minimum front setback for Harbor's Edge from 0 feet to 5 feet. Voting period is open. If you're in favor of the motion to amend, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. We have 20 yes, 135 no, and 6 abstentions. Hold that up while I record that, would you? So the motion does not prevail. All right, so we'll return to the main motion. Are there any other comments on the main, or comments or thoughts on the main motion under Article 20?
Hi,
Mike.
Rosemary Costello, 12 Bennett Street. I just wanted to clarify, on the chart, the setbacks on this handout are 0, 0, 5, but in the language, it is 0, 10, 10 in the Harbor's Edge district. Which is it?
You are correct. The language in the warrant is the correct language. Sorry. The handout does have an error for Harbors.
So in the booklet? is
Yes,
correct.
use the booklet.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Meeting ready to vote on Article 20. If you're in favor of the main motion under Article 20, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 to abstain, and voting period's open. And we have 149 yes, 7 no, and 5 abstentions, and the motion passes. I should have said that this and the other zoning articles are all 2/3 majority votes here tonight. And we will move on to Article 21. All right, Christopher Olney moves and Sarah Creighton seconds. The article is... We're good? Thank you. Christopher Olney moves and Sarah Creighton seconds. The article is presented in the Finance Committee Annual Report on pages 57 through 60 in Appendix 3 with the following, oops, I'm so sorry. I'm going to start over. Christopher Olney moves and Sarah Creighton seconds. The article is presented in the Finance Committee Annual Report on pages 57 through 60 in Appendix 3, period. And I'll recognize Christopher Olney for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm here tonight to discuss the need for senior housing in Manchester and the Planning Board's proposal for a new zoning bylaw to allow and regulate age-restricted housing with a special permit. The bylaw would allow both independent living for seniors and assisted living for seniors with special conditions that must be met before a permit can be issued. Now, I'm a senior, and many of you are tonight also. And in fact, about a third of Manchester is over the age of 65, as we learned last night. We also learned that Manchester is one of the few towns in the area that doesn't have a senior center. We're also one of the few towns that doesn't have a zoning bylaw that allows or regulates senior housing. And that's a problem because there just aren't a number of, there's not a supply of housing suitable for seniors to downsize to, or if they need services on a daily basis that they can find in town. So many of them have to move away, and many have. I think you know some of them. I sure do, and I miss having them here. I hope you've had a chance to look at the summary handout about senior housing. I'm not going to go through all the different points in it, but I would like to discuss a couple of our thoughts as we put the bylaw together. The first question we had was, should senior housing be allowed only in special parts of the town, or should it be everywhere? We thought it was unfair for seniors to be relegated to other parts of town or certain parts of town. Seniors are not second-class citizens. They deserve to live in all the same places that the rest of the population does. A lot of towns require a minimum lot size of 10, 20 acres for a senior housing project. We think that's a mistake because that would allow large institutional facilities like Brooksby Village. We don't want large institutional facilities. We want small, affordable, with a small a, affordable, inexpensive housing that serves seniors well and that does not impact on neighborhoods. So what we're talking about is a minimum lot size of only half an acre and 1 acre in some zoning districts. We've also set limits on unit sizes and on density because we want smaller and more in-scale housing for seniors that incorporates into existing neighborhoods instead of being set apart. These could be clustered cottages, they could be small apartments, they could be townhomes, they could be for sale or they could be rented. They should be tailored for the needs of seniors. We also recognize that not every site in Manchester is going to be suitable for senior housing, and so we're requiring that a special permit be required. And a special permit, as we all know, requires a public review and comment. and that certain specific criteria be met before the permit can be issued. So who's going to benefit from this? Well, we all will. Seniors who want to downsize or need special services can stay in town. Younger families who might have aging parents can find a place nearby for their loved ones to come live nearby. And we'd all be better off with seniors living in town with the experience and dedication that provide most of the volunteer support for the many boards and organizations here in town. Thank you.
All right, questions or comments from the floor? In the back, in the corner there, Mike 6.
Hi, Faith Rossi, 17 Highwood Road. I think I fit now the criteria for being over 55, so I guess I could be a senior. And I am in support of senior housing in the community. My concern reading through this piece of legislation is that this could be in any neighborhood in town. You could have a 1-acre lot that is in a fully single-family home area that will now potentially be able to be developed into multifamily, where all you'd need is one person in each household to be age 55. I'm wondering, first of all, whether the planning board went through and thought about all of the different neighborhoods, what the character of each of these neighborhoods looks like now. I appreciate that a special permit is required, but to me this honestly feels like an awful lot of, I'm gonna say somewhat subjective discretion being put in the planning board's hands, and I'm concerned that the planning board will end up with a lot of lawsuits where someone will come in with a potential project, and as long as they fit each of the criteria, it's going to be very difficult for the planning board to say no. So I just wanted to hear whether any of these things were considered.
Who from the planning board would like to take that?
So we did think about it. You know, seniors make good neighbors. They don't make much noise. They don't drive their cars a lot, and they tend to their yards and they tend to the needs of other people. Because these properties will be much smaller, you know, if you think about it, let's say we had a 4-unit complex for seniors, and each one were 1,000 square feet. That would be a 4,000 square foot building or set of buildings. There are many single-family houses in Manchester of 4,000 square feet, so we're not talking about disrupting neighborhoods. We're talking about trying to fit these in the same scale as the rest of the town into what the existing neighborhoods are. And we could not come up with a rationale for turning any neighborhood or any zoning district, making it inaccessible for seniors. Which one would you choose? Would it be say E, where there are a lot of old estate buildings that might be repurposed for senior housing? Or do we exclude the downtown, which was silly because that's the walkable part that seniors would enjoy living in? We just couldn't. The G district was for the same reason. We just couldn't come up with a rationale for excluding a zoning district. And that's why we put them all in there.
Ms. Dixon? Mike 3.
Wendy Dixon, 295 Summer Street. I'm super excited about this motion. It's so great, and I just couldn't be more thrilled. I have a question for clarity. On page 60, for District E, so in the little paragraph that's, there's the first capital letter B in the first clump of qualifiers, minimum lot size. And District E is one of those. The minimum lot size for District E is what I'm asking about, would be 1 acre. And then under C, it says the maximum density shall not exceed 10 dwelling units per acre. So just for clarifying, a 1 acre house, if it meets the per unit size, as you were saying, Mr. Olney, the 4,000 square foot house could have 6 units in it. So that we're making great economic use of existing beautiful structures that could be reworked on the interior to comply. And not that it has to be done that way, but it's an exciting prospect to think of that. But I just want to make sure that that's correct, what I'm taking away. And you're nodding, Ms. Creighton. So we're good? That's good? All right, so yes, good. Thank you for all your work on this.
All right, back in mic 6 there.
Yes, hi, Donna Furs, 8 Blossom Lane. I too am excited about the senior bylaw and senior housing and all different aspects. I think the one thing I get concerned about, and I know I've brought this up to the planning board in the past and to Mr. Only, about assisted living facilities being allowed with special permit in most of the zoning districts. I'm confused as to why you wouldn't want it in the downtown district. I know you don't consider assisted living facilities as businesses and things of that nature, but when you have services coming in, or ambulances, or nurses, or people of that nature, or families coming to visit people that are living there, I'm trying to figure out that every district in Manchester, if there's an acre of property, can have a potential assisted living facility. That's the only sticky piece for me. It may not be defined as a business, but I do feel as though when you have workers coming in and coming out in services, that could be somewhat disruptive to a residential neighborhood per se. I think all the other ideas of the senior bylaw are pretty good, but I would like to discuss that particular issue. Thank you so much.
So that's a good question. I will tell you there's an assisted living facility in Saugus, which has only 9 units in it. It's in an existing single-family house. We often think of assisted living as these big facilities with kitchens and nurses and all kinds of staff coming and going. They don't have to be that way, and there's a whole new philosophy of assisted living in much smaller locations, much smaller buildings where a visiting nurse comes once a day and checks in on everybody, meals are delivered, and there's probably somebody on staff to keep everybody entertained during the day. So this is the kind of model we're trying to propose here. Try not to think of assisted living as a big business, but merely as a collection of a small group of people living together, getting daily services that they need.
Oh. I didn't think you talked that long. Sure.
Gretchen Wood, 19 Brook Street. I'm not an expert on zoning, but I am an expert on being a senior. In fact, Chris and I are classmates. So, but in my retirement, I have done some things with seniors. I've been on the board of the Housing Authority. I deliver Meals on Wheels. I drive seniors to appointments. And I've come to realize the needs of seniors that I never realized before. We think we're an affluent community and that we don't have needs that other places have. But this town has a whole undercurrent of people who desperately need this type of thing. And I see it daily. And to me, this is one of the best ideas to come forward. And on another point, the fact of people coming in and out, I sit in my recliner, because I'm old, and I watch the traffic on my little street, and I'm going to say probably no less than 20 Amazon, FedEx, dry cleaners, dog walkers go by my house every single day. It's a way of life, and we all seem to be able to put up with it. So I really urge you to vote yes for this.
Mike 3.
Martha Farmer, 12 Bridge Street in Manchester, of course. We are in the process of renovating our basement to produce a small ADU, like 600 square feet, because we figured we were going to have to make our own assisted living facility so we wouldn't have to leave town. And the idea that there could be some modest, some nice assisted living, I think there's a need to have a certain size. I think the idea of 10 or 12 or 7 is awfully small to make it economic, but I believe that the maximum size is 60 listed in there. So you got a lot of range. I am thrilled by this idea. If we could actually make some space for assisted living, I hope it makes the ADU we're making just completely irrelevant. That would be fine. But I'm delighted for this because I don't want to leave town. And I think there are a lot of people in here that don't want to leave town. So I'm delighted. I urge you all to vote for this.
Over here on mic 1.
25 Bennett Street.
Could you say your name again? Sorry.
Edward Martin. I'm curious, these assisted livings would all be businesses, correct? And wouldn't they be taxed? And as the population is getting smaller and the town is going to continue to need revenue, what impact will allowing these facilities have on the town's tax burden? I mean, will they add revenue to the town's?
I'll take the town administrator on this one.
Tony's taking.
We have a single tax rate in town, so there's no difference between commercial tax rate or residential tax rate. I believe these would, I don't know if these would come under commercial tax rate or residential tax rate, but they'd be taxed at the same rate either way.
Any other questions? Mic 5 in the back. Hang on a second.
Paul Mailman, 375 Summer Street. Could it be clarified that senior housing encompasses the full spectrum of senior housing? So it would be everything from independent living units to assisted living units. I don't know whether it includes nursing care, but can you clarify that defined term?
So there are many kinds of senior housing. There are CCRCs, or continuing care retirement communities. There are nursing facilities. There are independent living. There are independent living with some services. There's a whole spectrum. To start off, we picked 2 that we think are most in need in Manchester. Independent living for seniors so they can downsize, and assisted living for those who need some services. Those are the only 2 kinds of facilities we're allowing at this time. That's not to say that in future years we might add more different types, but this does not allow the whole spectrum. It does not. It's just these 2 specific types of senior housing.
Any other questions? Meeting ready to vote? All right. So if you're in favor of the main motion under Article 21, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. The voting period is open. We have 153 yes, 15 no, 2 abstentions, and the motion does pass. Please hold that up there for a second. I need to do a little bit of typing. All right, we will move on to Article 22. And Peter Morton moves and Sarah Creighton seconds the article as presented in Finance Committee Annual Report on page 61 in Appendix 4. And I will recognize Peter Morton for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 22 asks town meeting to amend the zoning bylaw to create a clear and limited framework for a small-scale lodging use, an inn. The proposed amendment has 3 parts. First, the article adds a formal definition to the bylaw, including that an inn is limited to a maximum of 12 rooms. It also makes clear that an inn is not a hotel, motel, boarding house, lodging house, or rooming house. The intent is to create clarity for property owners, neighbors, and town boards. Second, the article updates the table of allowed uses to specify where this use may occur. This reflects the planning board's goal of locating this small-scale lodging use in areas already intended for business and visitor activity while protecting residential neighborhoods. Third, the article adds a parking requirement ensuring that any future inn use provides adequate off-street parking. Manchester currently has no clear zoning framework for inns, and the planning board voted unanimously to recommend this article. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the floor? All right, meeting ready to vote? If you're in favor of the main motion under Article 22, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain, and the voting period is open. We have 156 yes, 11 no, and 5 abstentions, and the motion under Article 22 passes. We'll move on to Article 23 now. And Sandy Bodmer-Turner moves and Chris Olney seconds the article as presented in the Finance Committee Annual Report on page 62 in Appendix 5. And I'll recognize Sandy Bodmer-Turner for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. The 4th zoning warrant article contains 2 simple provisions that address accessory dwelling units, ADUs. In 2025, town meeting added ADUs to our zoning bylaw in response to a state mandate. Our ADU bylaw includes the required standard ADUs, but also allows somewhat larger ADUs to provide a bit more flexibility for Manchester's homeowners. A large ADU, which is a bit of a misnomer, is a complete dwelling that's larger than 900 square feet, so larger than a standard ADU, but no larger than 1,200 square feet. The first part of Warrant Article 23 permits large ADUs to be built in zoning districts D1 and D2. Currently, these ADUs are permitted in every residential district except the 2D districts, where they are expressly not permitted. The change in the Warren article would allow them in the D districts with a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals. This change was requested by the Zoning Board to give it additional flexibility to respond to residents' plans for their properties. The second part of Warren Article 23 alters the setback requirement for standard ADUs to bring it into compliance with the Attorney General's guidance. Setbacks for these ADUs will now be the same as for all other accessory uses in our bylaw. I urge you to vote yes on Article 23 for 3 reasons. 1, it achieves a fair and consistent zoning rule regarding large ADUs for all residents across all residential districts. Brings us into compliance with state law on the standard ADUs, but most importantly, frankly, it allows families who own homes in the D districts to create a slightly larger space on their property to earn needed extra income, to comfortably accommodate some of their extended family. Please vote yes to give them this added flexibility. Thank you.
Meeting ready to vote? If you're in favor of the motion under Article 21, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain, and the voting period is open. We have 152 yes, 15 no, and 5 abstentions, and the motion under Article 23 passes. 15. We'll move on now to Article 24. And Sarah Creighton moves and Christopher Olney seconds. The article is presented in the Finance Committee Annual Report on page 63 in Appendix 6, and I will recognize Sarah Creighton for comments.
Well, thank you for supporting those zoning articles. We feel we really appreciate the support of town meeting. Article 24 is unanimously recommended by the Planning Board. Several years ago, we moved the regulation of new driveway entrances, or sometimes called curb cuts, from zoning to the general bylaw to make regulations more universally applicable. In doing so, we created some very, very strict regulations, and we neglected to propose a process for any exemptions. So some of these strict regulations were in conflict with common sense. Some certain sites could not have, where it made sense, couldn't have 2 driveway entrances, for example. And some of these standards were also in conflict with fire protection standards. The article before you keeps the review of new driveway entrances with the DPW, but allows the adoption of comprehensive regulations promulgated by the Planning Board. So basically takes the regulations out of the general bylaw and makes them into a separate regulatory process, in the same way we've done with stormwater, for example. Driveway entrances that do not comply with regulations may still apply for a special permit review by the Planning Board. That would require a public hearing and notification of abutters. The Planning Board, DPW, and Fire Department have developed the proposed draft new rules and have posted them on the town's website. And if Article 24 passes, we will soon hold a public hearing to officially adopt these rules. Thank you.
My microphone? Yes, it's working great. I'm just not speaking correctly. Questions or comments from the floor? Mr. Carlson.
John Carlson, 9 Walker Road. I would like to add that the current existing guidelines helped us, as citizens of Walker Road, stop a driveway being built in that would have absolutely destroyed Walker Road and the safety of pedestrians and bicyclists and anybody that uses it. So I'm very concerned about approving this and not knowing the regulations that are going to replace it. I think it's not, we're switching it and possibly allowing it, but what these guidelines helped us as citizens of Walker Road stop a development that would have destroyed our road. So I'm very concerned about pulling these out without knowing exactly what's going to replace it. Thank you.
I can certainly appreciate your concern. The regulations are really quite similar to those that are in the current bylaw. They just add a little bit of flexibility and, like I said, review by the fire department. We will have a public hearing. I can make sure that you know when that is. It will probably be in May or early May or late May or June. And we will certainly take any comments on those regulations. The other thing is that this process of having regulations outside of the general bylaw but empowered by the general bylaw gives flexibility to adopt them and modify them with an additional special public hearing. So it creates a more flexible process for strengthening them if we identify a weakness or identifying another process that needs to be added.
Other questions or comments? Meeting ready to vote? If you're in favor of the motion on main motion under Article 24, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, or 3 to abstain, and the voting period is open. And the vote is 141 yes, 23 no, and 11 abstentions. And I should have said that is a majority vote because it was a change to our general bylaws and not to our zoning bylaws. All right, moving on to Article 25. Brian Solacey moves and John Round seconds. The article is presented in the Finance Committee Annual Report on pages 31 under Article 25, and further to transfer care, custody, and control of the parcel to the Select Board for purposes of conveyance. And as a preface to this, I'll say this article concerns a conveyance of property, and therefore it will be a 2/3 majority vote when we get to it. And I'll recognize Brian Solacey for comments.
Good evening. Quite simply, the owner of the property at 1 Elm Street has inquired about the feasibility of purchasing approximately 900 square feet of town-owned land along the retaining wall of Central Pond. This is at the corner of Central and Elm Streets. This would facilitate the remedial restoration or replacement of the building at 1 Elm Street. The town will retain their rights to access the to go across the property to access the retaining wall for general maintenance and/or repairs. This article is asking the residents to authorize the Select Board to begin the process of declaring this parcel as surplus and requesting proposals.
Questions or comments from the floor? All right, meeting ready to vote. This will be 2/3 majority vote. If you're in favor of conveying the property, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. And the vote is 131 in favor, 138 in favor, 20 opposed, and 13 abstentions. And I declare that the motion under Article 25 prevails. All right, we're going to move into 3 citizens petition articles, and I'll start with a brief comment about citizen petition articles. So citizen petition articles are articles that are that citizens by petition have requested be placed on the warrant. At an annual town meeting, that requires 10 signatures, and by our bylaws and Massachusetts state general laws, when a citizen's petition article is put before the town, it is required to go on the warrant as it is submitted to the town clerk. So that's how these articles arrive here. So let's start with the first petition article, and I will. So Jonathan Hurley will be moving the. Hang on one moment. Sorry. All right. Jonathan Hurley moves the article printed in the handout entitled Ranked Choice Voting Study Committee that you picked up outside earlier. Is there a second for this? All right. Second. All right. Mr. Hurley, if you come and make your comments.
Jonathan Hurley, 95R Summer Street. Okay, so just a few things to consider with this. Many communities are exploring ranked choice voting for their city and town elections. 10 municipalities have submitted home rule petitions, and several have formed study committees like the one that I'm proposing here to see if it would make sense for the town. And just a reminder, this is not voting on ranked choice voting, this is just voting on making a committee to study it, and then next year we would have a vote on it. So the committee would study both the merits of ranked choice voting for the town and the legal and technical mechanics of implementation. Some cities and towns have concluded that ranked choice voting could bring energy, candidates, competition to their local elections, and adoption of it has been correlated with a 17% increase in election turnout. All right, so I'm just going to give a real brief primer on what it is. So ranked choice voting is an electoral system that allows voters to rank candidates in order of preference. There are 4 people running, you rank them 1, 2, 3, 4. If no candidate receives a majority of first choice votes, the candidate with the fewest votes is eliminated, and their votes are redistributed to the remaining candidates based on voters' next choices, continuing until a candidate achieves a majority. So the whole purpose is just to make everything more inclusive and democratic. Thanks.
Questions or comments about the effect of this article? Mike 1.
Edward Martin, 25 Bennett Street. I have been teaching U.S. history and government since 2004 at the high school and the college level. I do not think ranked choice voting is a good thing. I think studying it is a waste of money, and I think it's just a dishonest way of taking people's votes away from them. And I think it reeks of the kind of political corruption that we see in gerrymandering. And I think it is just un-American. I think we should have up or down votes, and if 2 people get a tie, we have a runoff election. And I don't see any benefit to ranked choice voting.
Of Bridge Street. Mike, I have a question. To what elections might this apply? Does this apply to candidate elections for the municipality? Does it apply to possible motions on on the floor of the annual meeting? Does it apply to referenda? Clarification, please.
Good evening, everyone. Again, Michelle Randazzo, Town Council. It would apply as written only to municipal town elections. It would not apply to votes at town meeting. One of the things that I expect would be a product of a study committee would include the explanation that this has to be passed by the state legislature. So if town meeting were to adopt this, it would then go to the state legislature for approval, as the proponent indicated, through a home rule petition. So while there's some flexibility in that home rule petition to define ranked choice voting, it can only apply to the municipal town elections. It can't apply to state elections.
Mike 3.
My name is Jody Morse. I'm at 11 Jersey Lane. I want to speak out in favor of this citizen petition. I was not aware that this was going to be before the town meeting, but in opposition to the gentleman who spoke and said this was a waste of money and it doesn't work, my understanding is that this is definitely something that will help our democracy, and we need all the help we can get. It has shown to be very effective to bring out more candidates, opening the field, letting it be easier for candidates to run for election. I do think in this town we very seldom have a fight for a particular position, so it may not apply as much to a small municipality. But I think it's incumbent upon all of us to understand what this is, why it works, and why it might be very important in promoting more democracy in our government.
In the back of Mike 6.
Kevin Leach, 33 Summer Street. I see this as just political mischief and voodoo politics, and it's unnecessary. We've been doing this for a pretty long time, 200 years, and if I cast a vote, a ballot for a candidate, I want it to go to that candidate. I don't want it pilfered to go to some other candidate so that the manipulation of the political process can take place. I would vote no against it. And the people listed already have enough workload, I believe, the town officials, that they don't really need more overwork. Thank you.
I'm going to continue taking people who've not spoken yet, so Senator
My
Mike.
name is Sylvia Friesenerp, 52 Masconomo Street. What's the harm in creating a committee to study this? Because I think a lot of people have opinions that are based on not understanding, based on wrong information. So I think we all benefit. We don't have to decide about that now. We just have to decide, let a committee tell us. So I don't see any harm in voting yes for a committee, and then we'll hear from the committee, and then we can decide whether it's good for us or not.
Mr. Starkey.
Jim Starkey, 13 Tux Point Road. I would like to remind everybody that for 200 years we have not had electronic voting, and it has made this meeting so much better. And I would just take this moment to congratulate Tiffany and Christine on an absolutely brilliant execution of the electronic voting system.
Mike 1.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I remember years ago, we had a person who was on the planning board who did not own a home in town, who insisted that there should be no new development in Manchester. He caused a lot of trouble. I don't want to mention him by name. He doesn't live in town anymore. But then he ran for selectman with a campaign of no buts and no mutts. Now, if everybody's second choice candidate is terrible, through ranked choice voting, we could end up with somebody who's really a bad candidate holding an office. At least when we vote between two candidates or three candidates, you know, the one who gets a majority, or if we have to have a runoff election and get a majority, at least we know what we're getting. We could end up getting somebody really bad through the back door, and this could cause a lot of trouble, especially for people who have jobs in town that are mandated to do certain things, like police officers, firemen, teachers, and when you have somebody who might be a little imbalanced, but you know, everybody generally likes them, but nobody thinks he'll get elected or she'll get elected. If they're everybody's second choice, and somehow they end up being the official, we might have a problem.
Hi, Bob Wilworth, 19 Brook Street. Just a question, clarification. Are you required, after voting for your main candidate, to then vote for the rest of the candidates, or can you just vote for the candidate you want under this system?
So I think that the output of that would come from the recommendations from the committee if it were formed. My understanding is that you are not required to vote for a second or third candidate under most ranked choice voting systems.
All right,
But
so
again,
you'd be able to protect your initial vote is what I was looking at.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Denny Hall, 20 Masconomo. Call the question.
So Mr. Hall has called the question, so that's a non-debatable vote. So if you're in favor of cutting off debate for the motion under Article 26. Oh, can I get a second on that motion? We're working on it. All right, if you're in favor of cutting off debate on the main motion, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. This is a 2/3 majority vote, and the voting period's open. We have 164 yes, 15 no, and 1 abstain, and the motion prevails. Hold on one moment. All right, so we'll move on to vote on the main motion under Article 26. And this is a majority vote. If you're in favor of the main motion under Article 26, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. And voting period is open. And the yeses are 98 and 79 noes and 3 abstentions, and the motion carries. We'll move on to Article 27. And I will be recognizing Peter Considine.
Peter Considine, 25 Pleasant Street, and recent purchaser of the abutting 115 School Street property. I move the article as printed in the article.
And is there a second for that? Second from the back, yes. All right, Mr. Considine.
Thank you. Just quickly to set the stage, this pertains to 4 properties by the 4-way stop off exit 50 between School Street and the Essex County Club. The request is to rezone these properties from residential A to residential B. The key difference is the required frontage in residential A is 150 feet, whereas in B, it's 75 feet. A couple of notes. On March 23rd, the Planning Board voted to support this article, and all direct abutters have supported this article. Additionally, the properties across School Street are all in the B zone. What this means is that 117, 119, and 121 School Street will now have all conforming frontage if we're successful. Additionally, it will allow for a path for a practical redevelopment of the 1.3 acre 115 School Street property. This will still require public process through planning and zoning. Additionally, this allows for a path to maintain the 1911 home at 115 School Street while pursuing no more than 1 additional housing lot. In closing, all direct abutters and Planning Board have supported, and this aligns with local and regional goals of creating additional housing. Please vote yes.
So we'll recognize Sarah Melish on mic 1.
Sarah Mellish, 11 Bennett Street. I also happen to be chair of the Zoning Board of Appeals. I do not support this article. I do not think it is the way we should be doing zoning in town. Currently, 2/3 of the parcels in Manchester are non-conforming. If we allow 4 residents to get together to change their zoning, where does it end? That all zoning changes should be planned, and I agree that the zoning districts are horrendous, but they need to be studied, and there needs to be a lot of work done in order to make the districts more realistic with respect to the size of the current lots. Thank you.
Back at mic 4.
Rebecca Calandra, 7 Windermere Park. I do have several concerns about the rezoning of 4 properties. My first question is, was Essex County Club notified, since they are a neighbor to the 121, I believe? My other questions involve the busyness of School Street and the Pleasant Street area at the corner there, and an additional driveway into the 115 property, and just for, for car safety and for pedestrian safety.
Okay, on the first question, I didn't quite hear the party you asked about.
I didn't know if Essex County Club was notified, because they didn't look like they had signed the petition.
Yeah.
A butter notification was not a requirement of the process.
Mr. Considine?
They were notified. On the second part, there already is a driveway on the 115 School Street property.
In the back at mic 6.
Fred Rossi, 17 Highwood Road. 2 points. One, I agree with Sarah Melish in terms of this, in essence, would become an example of spot zoning for the benefit of one individual. I'm not making any kind of comment on the individual, I'm just saying that's what it would be. Second, though, is when anybody looks to buy a piece of property, they should know it's incumbent upon them as to what they can or cannot do with that property. And if they buy that property and they realize they can't make it work, going to the town for a zoning change is pretty significant, in my opinion. We have a zoning board of appeals that gives out variances for hardship. I would think that would be the path to go in something like this, as opposed to changing the zoning of land in the town.
Gary Gilbert, 11 Magnolia Ave. I think the planning board's been bogged down. I've been thinking, when I was on the planning board years ago, I was talking about us taking another look at our zoning districts. Zoning districts are swaths of color on a map. To do them really fairly, it would be a checkerboard throughout town. You'd have a lot of isolated parcels in one zone and not in others. That's what spot zoning is. This is not spot zoning. It's adjacent to, it's flanking School Street, as I understand it, with the same zoning district. I think things like this do need to be nuanced over time. The zoning, almost 3/4 of our lots are non-conforming because we painted pretty pictures with the same color everywhere. Again, it's not practical. I don't think legally you're allowed to do a truly accurate zoning map. So there's a need to grant variances by the Zoning Board of Appeals. Sometimes they're criticized that they grant a lot of variances. A lot of times they should be granted because there's a lot of oddball lots, oddball buildings in town. It's about fairness and it's about being reasonable. And I think the planning board should have perhaps already been working on this for quite a while to revise or take a good look at our zoning districts. I don't know to what extent they should be revised or where or how, but I do know we have a heck of a lot of non-conforming lots, and it's not the fault of the property owner. So I would applaud this effort. I think idiosyncratically, if we get them massaged better, all the better for everybody. Because if you sit around and wait, it's going to be a while. So I'm in favor of it.
Mike 4 in the back.
Rebecca Calandra again, 7 Windermere Park. I think we vote on these articles for now, and I think we vote on for the future of where we live. If these properties change hands, it could go from 4 houses to 9 houses in that small area, if they're all allotted a B district.
My name's David Gosnell, 2 Forster Road. I've been in chair of a planning board in Maine for many, many, many years, and I want to support what Sarah was saying, that this is a big deal, changing zoning, and it's something that the planning board usually takes on as a long-term project. And if one owner wants to add some more buildings or change their structure, that's what the ZBA is for. So I'm not in support of this.
Mike 6 in the back corner.
Tom Keogh, 20 Lincoln Street. First of all, I've been coming to town meeting probably for the better part of 55 years, and I don't ever remember a citizen's petition being brought forth for the town meeting to change zoning. Secondly, point of information to you or from you, Mr. Moderator, this is a zoning bylaw, so is this a 2/3 vote?
Yes, this is a 2/3 vote. Further questions or comments from the floor? Mike 1.
Mr. Moderator, I have one question to you.
Could you state your name and street address?
Marlene Dolan, 19 Woodcrest Road. I have one question to you or to a member of your team. Did this group of citizens already use the process in place, which is the ZBA, to try to do this? Because wouldn't one think we need to use the processes in place first before we have to move to a second process? Thank you.
Well, I don't believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I don't believe that the Zoning Board of Appeals can actually alter the zoning district that a property is in. And that's what this motion is requesting. Ms. Malish?
Can I respond to this?
Sure, from the perspective of the Zoning Board of Appeals?
Yeah.
Yeah.
An application did not come before the Zoning Board of Appeals. The Zoning Board of Appeals would have the right in this situation to determine whether they would grant a variance in order to allow a road to be driven into the lot where they don't have sufficient frontage on the road they were creating.
Again, Mike 1.
Nick DeSherbin in 173 School Street. I support a couple of the comments earlier regarding using town meeting and for the purposes of changing the zoning footprint in town. I think there are other ways to go about that, and citizen petition doesn't seem to be the proper way to do it. A couple of points that I'll make, just an observation. The rationale for the requested zoning change seems to be about increasing housing stock. I have no idea what the developer's intentions are, but I suspect there'll be a couple of more $2 million houses back there. I'm not sure it's going to address the affordability issue here in town. Second of all, I encourage preserving the current structure there. It's a beautiful older house that contributes to the character of the street. I'm not quite sure what the effect would be in changing the zoning on that structure, and I'm not sure what the requirement would be for the developer to do so. Thank you.
I'm trying to decide if somebody from the planning board should talk on the effect of the article.
I believe the question is, what's the effect of the article? I mean, I think we don't know. We don't have a plan in front of us. So we also don't know what would happen when a property is sold, if somebody's going to keep a house or not keep a house. That's all just speculation. So we don't know what would come next. I also want to just follow up from what Sarah Mellish said, that there's another process, just to clarify, where if there was enough land currently as it's currently zoned, a subdivision road could also be applied for. Again, we don't have a plan in front of us. I don't know whether they could meet the subdivision rules and regulations, but just to clarify, there are a number of processes, ZBA being one, subdivision being another, that allows people to divide land if the frontage is insufficient for 2 lots.
Further questions are in the back, and Mike 6.
Hi, Chris Day, 117 School Street. So I'm next door to the property in question, and also one of the lots that would be made conforming. Don't have too much to say other than I would prefer to be conforming. I don't understand why I'm not, why I'm in Zone A relative to Zone B. I just think it's cleaner, as I think Gary Gilbert mentioned earlier, to have as much of Manchester conforming as possible, and this is one step in the right direction. So.
Any other questions or comments under the article? Meeting ready to vote? All right, this is 2/3 majority vote. If you are in favor of the motion under Article 27, press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. We have 49 yes, 120 no, and 10 abstentions, and the motion does not prevail. All right. Michelle Kulik moves the article as presented in the Finance Committee Annual Report on pages 31 under Article 28. Is there a second? I've got a second. All right, so before we get started on comments here, I'm going to say a couple things about the article, specifically about its effect. The effect of this article has basically one thing, and it's in basically the last sentence of the article in your handbook, and it says, "Be it further resolved that members of town meeting direct the town clerk to cause this resolution to be submitted to U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren, U.S. Senator Edward Markey, U.S. Representative Seth Moulton, Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey, and Massachusetts Attorney General Andrea Campbell." That's the one and only effect of this article. So what you will be debating here tonight will be whether or not you, as the town, this group of people, wish to send this resolution to those people. Nothing else. So those are the guardrails for this conversation tonight. And I'm going to start by introducing Michelle Kulik.
Michelle Kulik, 38 Forest Street. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the article as written in the warrant. I am asking for your support for a citizen-sponsored warrant item, a resolution in support of the U.S. Constitution. The resolution is consistent with the principles that have guided the United States for the last 250 years and is consistent with our town's history. The U.S. Constitution of 1789 and its amendments include key aspects of American governance that are now widely accepted. These principles are the separation of powers, checks and balances among three co-equal branches of government, an independent and impartial judiciary, and provisions that protect individuals against abuses of state power. The resolution is an affirmation of these founding principles. It is also a condemnation of public officials who have taken oaths to support and defend these principles and then, once in office, have proceeded to violate them. The resolution includes a listing of these violations and then ends with these words, quote, "The people of Manchester by the Sea, the proud inheritors of a heritage from the 1770s of standing up to the tyranny of King George, demand democracy and adherence to our Constitution," unquote. The resolution has no force of law. It has no tax ramifications. It is a statement of principle that will be part of Manchester's history going forward. As we supported in the 1770s and in 1776 decided on the Declaration of Independence, let us today support this resolution. Thank you very much.
All right, comments from the floor.
Axel Magnuson, 52 Masconomo Street. This article is not a partisan position statement. It's about liberty and about the safeguards that our Constitution provides to protect that liberty. It simply enumerates many cases of violation of those safeguards. Many involve the separation of powers, and particularly the scrapping of procedural rights. And what I mean by procedural rights are illustrated here tonight. Town meeting is a procedural right. It's written into our state, into our Constitution. It's written into a process for protecting our rights. There are many violations over the last few months of that separation of safeguards. And there are two ways to state it. Justice Frankfurter in 1943 said, "The history of liberty has largely been the history of observance of procedural safeguards."
And more to the point, in this time, in this administration's history, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg said, the history of democracy's failure has largely been the history of ignoring procedural safeguards. This warrant article speaks directly to making this point, asking our representatives to act to restore the foundational principles of our nation.
Our 12 Bridge Street. Under most circumstances, I would consider a motion like this to be partisan or frivolous. Most administrations and governments skirt the edges of the Constitution from time to time. However, tomorrow, it will be 60 days since this president has taken us to war against Iran. Only the Congress is allowed to declare war. The War Powers Resolution of 1973 requires the president after 60 days if he takes us to war without congressional approval, to report to the Congress and to withdraw troops unless there is an express action by Congress to support that. For that reason, I think that we are in an extraordinary time, and contrary to what I would usually think, I will support this motion. Thank you.
Any other comments from the floor?
Hi there. Christopher Yates, Desmond Avenue.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Christopher Gates of Desmond Avenue.
Thank you.
I think it's not genuine to say this resolution isn't an expression of a partisan opinion. And a resolution like this, if voted on and pushed forward, will be presented as coming from our town government, which represents, in theory, the entire town. And it's not a matter of town business. It's kind of a national stage political issue. So it just seems inappropriate to move this forward and not just dismiss it and say this isn't actually our town business. Thank you.
Any other comments from the floor? Mike 5.
James Carr, 35 Forest Street. I appreciate your opinion, but this is really the citizens. You say this is town business. No, this is a citizen's petition. So I respectfully disagree, and I would like to move this matter forward to a vote.
Just to clarify, he was not moving the question because he expressed an opinion, and then he made a comment about moving forward with the vote. Are there any other comments from the floor? Looks like we'll move forward to the vote regardless. So this will be a majority vote. And if you're in favor of the motion under Article 28, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. The vote is 121 in favor, 34 opposed, and 4 abstentions. And I declare that the motion under Article 28 prevails. We move on to Article 29. Ann Harrison moves and Sarah Mellish seconds to pass over or take no action under Article 29. Are there any comments? Meeting ready to vote? If you're in favor of the motion under Article 29, please press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. Motion to pass over. 113 in favor, 7 votes no, and 10 abstentions. And I declare that the motion to pass over under Article 29 prevails. And Ann Harrison moves, and John Round seconds to dissolve the annual town meeting. All in those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. I declare it a unanimous vote.